reserve the right to delete white people.
We reserve to delete white people.
We've the right to delete white people.
We reserve white people.
We reserve the right to delete white people.
We reserve the right to delete white people. We delete white people.
Wait, guys, but I have a white wife.
Lights out, city still. While they dream soft, I'm already in motion. Clock hit late, house quiet, mind still sharp. They under the covers, I'm under the dark. No noise in the hallway, no phone in my hand. Just the weight of the work and the plan that I plan. I move when they sleep while the soft ones rest. While they chase comfort, I'm still in the test. Detroit taught early, don't wait for the light. If you want it real bad, you get up in the night. Seen too many talk big, then fall when it's hard. Seen the ones who stay up, still carry the guard. So I move in the silence, no crowd, no stage. Just the same old fire that don't need no praise.
It's not like
I move when they sleep.
still not like
While the weak ones dream.
I move when they sleep.
Building quiet in me.
No lights, no cameras.
Just the grind in the chest.
I move when they sleep.
Put the soft ones to rest. They wake up later, still wondering why I'm already moving while they close their eyes.
Bass walking heavy, organ humming low. Snare crack clean, kick pushing every blow. They sleep on the truth, sleep on the code. Sleep on the men who still carry the load. I ain't mad at the rest, I just don't take part. I'd rather stay hungry than get soft in the heart. Late nights built legends, quiet hours built kings. While the loud ones slept on the realest of things. So I keep the same hours that the real ones keep. Out here still moving while the soft ones sleep.
I move when they sleep. While the weak ones dream.
I move when they sleep.
Building quiet in me. No lights, no cameras. Just the grind in the chest.
I move when they sleep.
Put the soft ones to rest. They wake up later, still wondering why I'm already moving while they close their eyes. Let them rest. Let them dream soft. I'll be right here, still carrying the cost. I move when they sleep. While the weak ones dream.
I move when they sleep.
Building quiet in me. No lights, no cameras, just the grind in the chest.
I move when they sleep.
Put the soft ones to rest. They wake up later, still wondering why I'm already moving while they close their eyes. Still moving. Still building. While they sleep. I approach them with my hand out. Oh, hand out. I always love the kindness of a stranger. Not a pay pig, yeah. 100%. 100%. All of me for all of you, man. I approach him with my hands out. Hey! I always love the kindness of a stranger. Hey! Not a baby. 100%. 100%. All of me for all of you. Body and soul. All of me for all of you. Body and soul.
Body and soul. All me for all of me and somebody. Body and soul. All me for all of me and somebody. Body and soul.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome back to another exciting episode of Say Your Life Podcast. As always, it's greatly appreciated to each and every last one of you being in the room as we continue to keep on our weekend merry-go-round of the Weekend at Willie Show. It's greatly appreciated y'all being here. Hey, we need a quick quality check. If you can hear me, please put a 1 in the chat. It'd be greatly appreciated. If the audio is good, the camera is good, the light is good. If you can hear me, all of that good stuff, just please drop a 1 in the chat. It is greatly appreciated. With that being said, it's a hell of a conversation that we need to have today. Appreciate you, Zola. Thank you, Gigi. Appreciate you. One on both sides. Thank you very much, Shen. Thank you very much. Shout out to Dr. Manhattan. Sister Treese is in the building. Who else we got here? Shadow Observers in the building. What's going on? User, what's going on? What's happening? What's happening? Who else we got in here? We got Tammy up in here. What's going on, Tammy? Now, there has been a hey, what's going on? Good afternoon, Naomi. Hope all is well with you, and I appreciate you for being here. Thank you very much to every last one of y'all for being here. Make sure y'all share the stream out. Make sure y'all like the stream. You know, engagement is the number one thing that drives the algorithm. And we're not really too much in the business of, hurting people's feelings, but we are in the business of telling the truth. And if the truth just so happens to hurt your feelings, well, I'm so sorry. But, what can we do? We can only do what it is that we're tasked to do, and that is tell the truth. So yesterday was a Saturday packed with news, and today is a day packed with discussion. Now, with that being said, I am welcoming each and every last person to the panel that wished to be up to the panel. I'm welcoming content creators, chatters, panelists, everyday people. If you want to be a part of the conversation, cool. If not, that's also cool with me too. I have no problem with that whatsoever. But when it comes down to it, what we will be discussing is a few things that has really spurred upon this ideal of this whole entire aftermath of the Karmelo Anthony retrial denial. So I guess we're going to go there. But first, I want to start off with a quick reaction to a video because there's a deeper discussion that needs to happen about this. And that is the whole entire good black kid label and how it is that we are going around these conversations talking about masculinity, parenting, and all this, that, and the other and forth. So again, like I said, everybody is welcome to join the show. We're going to get through a few minutes of our reaction, and then I'm going to open the panel up for everybody to join. And let's get started, y'all. Let's get started. Let's go ahead and get started. There we go. We can go ahead and get started right here. Shout out to Ty Riviera. He's been following a multitude of cases My wife loves his channel. She introduced me to his channel yesterday. And I got to say, it's quite entertaining. But he was speaking some real facts here. So let's listen here and see what he was talking about.
We got breaking news in the Karmelo Anthony situation.
Karmelo Anthony has lost his bid for a new trial.
And we also found out he was so much worse than I even got to tell you about the other day.
Prosecutors say Anthony repeatedly threatened to murder his girlfriend in text messages, some of them saying, "How many you want coming out of your chest?" and "I'm going to get you," expletive.
And hopefully we can put this one to bed for good now. But I will repeat.
A judge denies motion for a new trial for Karmelo Anthony.
And I am thankful to this judge for doing the right thing, because one thing I think a lot of people need to understand, and especially a lot of the justice for Karmelo type people, is that we cannot have our justice system being completely run by public opinion. And I'm seeing more sentiment like this, and people like this give me at least some hope.
Anybody with a brain saw this coming.
Ooh, ladies, she said you don't have a brain.
Get it, shut it down!
There were chants and cheers outside the Collin County Courthouse this evening when the hearing over whether Karmelo Anthony should get a new trial wrapped up its first day.
And I think she's right, in spite of them thinking that this was the win that they were getting.
A day when evidence was presented showing Austin Metcalf's disturbing record of fights, bullying, and racist behavior.
And the problem that I have with this to begin with is that, one, Austin Metcalf could not possibly have been on trial because he was dead. And the other thing that I don't think that the media really wanted to talk about, because they didn't want to have to deal with the ire of the Justice for Karmelo Anthony people, was, from what I could tell, Austin Metcalf was at least trying to turn his life around. And I think that's evidenced by the fact that, like I told you the other day, there was a point where he discussed what he thought his problems were in a church group. And there was also a situation where I believe it was in 2024 that he ended up going to a counselor 5 different times because of his anger issues.
In 2024, on at least 5 occasions, Austin saw a counselor regarding his anger and rage during a football game.
And I'm not going to focus on what Austin Metcalf's past was in this particular video, because I don't think it's at all relevant. Austin Metcalf is no longer with us. And for anybody that's actually looking at the way that it went down and not blinded by race, I think it was obvious from the beginning that the justice Karmelo needed was technically the justice that he got. And if you ask me, he should have got the full 99 years, and that would have been the real justice for Karmelo Anthony. So let's get into it. What's up, everybody? So as you've been hearing, and I'm sure a lot of you that have been following this like I have are celebrating right now, because this is really what needed to happen. And I personally think that even though the lawyers were making the arguments that we'll listen to in just a second, really quickly, because we're not going to give a lot of time to the way that that situation played out. If you ask me, the reasons that they thought Karmelo Anthony needed a retrial weren't really reasons. So let's go ahead and get that out of the way really quick.
After his attorneys argued that courtroom restrictions, hearings held without Anthony present, and the handling of unwritten agreement between his former lawyers and prosecutors violated his rights.
A couple things that I knew they were talking about when it came to courtroom restrictions was they wanted it televised, which I understand that. And if they had televised it, I would have been able to make a bunch of content about it. So as far as that goes, I guess it would have been in my best interest if they had televised it, but I didn't think that it would have been in the best interest of the case, and I didn't think it would have been in the best interest of the witnesses involved. And I really did agree with the original judge, Judge Roach, when he said that it just changes everything and that people act in different ways and are less likely to talk when they know that it's being televised, which of course I'm paraphrasing. Those aren't exact quotes, and I'm not going to pull the video. You can search it if you want to. But in a nutshell, that was what he said. And then there were some people people that were upset because they said that there wasn't enough room for people that otherwise weren't connected to the case to just go in and watch. And I get it if you're nosy. I get it if you don't have a life. I get it if you feel like because Karmelo Anthony was black, this really meant something for you. But that doesn't mean we're going to build a stadium so that everybody that wants to get in can get in. And I think it would have led to a lot of disruptions anyway. So I don't really know how that was a part of their argument. Now let's move on to the next reason.
Hearings held without Anthony present.
I guess, but at the same time, that was done according to the prosecutor because it would have been less disruptions and also for basically just safety reasons. And I can see how that would be a thing as well, because you never know if some crazy is going to come in there and go ahead and pull their own justice on Karmelo Anthony because they know where he's going to be. And while some people might think that that kind of vigilante justice is acceptable, and
hold on for a second. Shout out to my man's Brandon. He says his lawyers thought they were going to make this a public opinion racist trial. They took advantage to make money on this. All right, well, you're more than welcome to join the show in a little bit when I'll be dropping the link, because I think that this is a deeper discussion that we really need to have. But I just wanted to really play this to bring everybody up to speed and also really tackle the premise and the narrative of what's being said around this case. So let's continue.
even to be applauded.
And for those of you, the content creators that I tagged in the stream, when I open up the panel, you're more than welcome to join the show so we can further this discussion.
Think that we have a system in place, and on both sides we have to respect the way the system works, and we don't want a situation where people are making courtrooms unsafe, because in my opinion that can spill over to deciding that maybe the family deserves it too, and then you end up with a massacre in a courtroom, and I don't think any of us actually want that.
And the handling of unwritten agreement between his former lawyers and prosecutors violated his rights,
and that part he should have been thankful for. That was actually doing him a favor. And if you guys don't know what that was about, that was the gentleman's agreement that the prosecution and the defense had to not bring up the past of either. But once we get into this, which we're about to do right now without further ado, you're going to find out, had that gentleman's agreement not been in place, Karmelo Anthony more than likely would have got the full 99 years. So
now, with that being said, I want to pause right there, and this is where the point where I'm going to get ready to open up the panel, because I know people want to join, participate in the conversation. What's going on? Rocky, what's happening? What's happening? Greetings and salutations. Tammy says that saved him from life in prison. Well, in more ways than one. Like I said, we're going to be further in the discussion. But there's a difficult balancing act that comes from raising young men, specifically young black men in America. On one side, you have parents, what's the best way I could put this? You have parents understanding that their son may enter a world that does not always see his humanity clearly. I guess that's one way for me to say it, right? And then on top of that, you really have to boil things down to really try to understand the perspective and viewpoint that a lot of these people, or a lot of these young boys, these young men are coming from. This is why they go to the internet seeking some type of clarification or validation of things when they're dealing with their emotions and stuff like that. But the biggest thing is that he gets stereotyped before he speaks. He's considered dangerous before he does anything dangerous, or he's treated as an adult before he has developed the judgment of one, right? And that reality creates a powerful protective instinct in black parents. And that instinct is understandable. It's completely understandable. But protection has a dangerous counterfeit, and its name is denial. And I think that's what a lot of people are really in when it comes to who Karmelo Anthony is, or what it is that Karmelo Anthony has done. And this state of denial is causing them to spiral. And there's a difference between making sure your son is treated fairly and convincing yourself that your son is incapable of doing wrong. And there's a difference between demanding evidence and rejecting every piece of evidence. There's a difference between demanding his rights and defending every decision that he makes. And we must be mature enough to recognize that these two things can be true at the same time. And society can be unfair, especially to a young black boy, and that black boy can make a terrible decision. An institution can contain racial bias, and a young man can still be at the behest of those consequences of those biases. But to then turn around and say that black people do not have bias, or that black people cannot be biased, or that black people cannot be prejudiced, well, that would be disingenuous, especially when it comes down to the parent. What's going on, Zion? So a parent can deeply love a child and still fail that child by refusing to correct him. And as y'all going to learn throughout the entirety of this whole entire thing that's been going on with Karmelo, everyone's saying that he was a good kid and that he was he changed his life around, all that and the other. That does not remove from the fact that Karmelo Anthony was behaving as a YN. I don't know if y'all seen the picture of him with the gun, but even if y'all see the text message that he sent in 2024, which would have made him 16 years old, this boy was walking around toting guns, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link and open up this panel. Y'all can come up if y'all want to. Y'all more than welcome to join the conversation. But until then, we're going to keep reacting to the video. Let's continue.
Let's go ahead and review this clip where they actually talk about all of Karmelo Anthony's troubles. And while I was listening to it in the background while I was cooking my dinner last night, I'm going to be reacting in real time because this is the first time I'm going to actually be able to pay attention to it and not trying to make sure that my food doesn't burn in between being like,
wait, what?
Hi, Boo Bears. We'll be back to her tomorrow or maybe Monday. Who knows? But let's watch this clip.
But the never-before-released details of Anthony's early years in Louisiana up to the day of his arrest for murder are also disturbing. On the day that Karmelo Anthony would fatally stab Austin Metcalf, prosecutors say he sent this text message at 1 a.m., which said, quote, "I'm low-key on the verge," and then emphasized it.
And if you ask me, that text alone could have been used to show that it was premeditated, because what did he mean by "I'm low-key on the verge"? On the verge of what? And while that alone might not have stood, more of what's coming up definitely would have lent itself to that kind of thinking.
Later in the morning, on April 2nd, 2025, and hours before Anthony would kill Metcalf with a knife at a high school track meet, prosecutors say Anthony's girlfriend reported to a Centennial High School staff member that Anthony was engaging in stalking behavior, to include but not limited to driving by her home and refusing to allow her to end their relationship.
And the thing I question about this is that later on she put up an Instagram post where she showed the picture of them kissing or her kissing him and said something like, "Stay strong, my sweet boy." So I don't know if she did that because she didn't want to catch a bunch of backlash, or if she had kind of, and I know that this probably.
Hey, what's going on? Really quick, Why So Serious says, is it open panel? I'm not trying to argue, just want to prove a point that you've been saying for over a year. Absolutely, the panel is open. The panel is open to anybody. So as I said, I just walk into this face. Damn. Well, okay. If the face bothers you, then the message. Don't pay attention to the messenger. Pay attention to the message. As a matter of fact, here, with respect to Ty Rivera, I don't want anyone to feel like I'm just posting him, right? So what we'll do is we'll just get the direct news story, right? We'll just do that.
Today, defense attorneys went first, and they shared a disturbing history of violent behavior by Austin Metcalf. And it appears tomorrow is going to be no different. Our JD Miles tonight has a 75-page document that's going to be presented tomorrow, taking a deep look into Karmelo Anthony's past. It remains to be seen how his supporters will react tomorrow, but it was clear that they were pleased with what they heard in court today.
There were chants and cheers outside the Collin County Courthouse this evening when the hearing over whether Karmelo Anthony should get a new trial wrapped up its first day.
And see, what disturbs me about what those people was doing, and listen, I have nothing against people participating in their First Amendment right to practice their free speech. I think everyone has the right to protest. But what we're sidestepping is this is something that I believe, and I'm more than willing to have a discussion about, is that when we talk about accountability, right? And when we're talking about accountability does not require us to deny that racism exists. Acknowledging that racism does not require us to deny responsibility. That is the truth that we avoid. Whenever something happens, people quickly begin describing the young man involved, and I'm talking about Karmelo Anthony, He was a good kid. He came from a good family. He had both parents. He played sports. He attended church. He earned good grades. He was a chess player. He held down a job. All of that sounds great, but does that mean that there's a possibility that he might not be a good kid? There's always the possibility that could just be a mask, right? It could just be the word that we like to say, performative, right? And when, again, like I said, good grades and athletic ability and emotional maturity and church attendance and being on the chess club, having two parents in the home, that does not guarantee that there's good character there. And also, even going back to it, when it comes to having two parents in the household, it does not mean that they're correcting the same blind spot that we are seeing that they refuse to see because it's their child or he's their child. This whole good kid narrative cannot become a permanent title that follows someone regardless of his behavior. Goodness must be demonstrated through patterns of conduct, especially when a person is angry, embarrassed, rejected, challenged, or told no. And from what we understand, what was being reported, his girlfriend told him that, they had broken up. And she had went and told the school that they had broken up. And that he was, but you're going to see it in the news story. While So Serious says they always try to use character traits about the perpetrator that's good, like past serial killers, didn't evade arrest and being known by stand-up citizens and good parents and good neighbors. That's a fact. I think his name was BTK or Bound Torture Kill, the BTK killer. What's going on, Adam? The BTK killer. No one knew he was the BTK killer. Hell, his family, his kids didn't know he was the BTK killer. It was his daughter that really ousted him for being the BTK killer. And he was an average, everyday guy. And no one knew it. No one suspected it. Right? And character is not what we display when everything is going our way. Character is revealed by what we do when our emotions are telling us to lose control. That is what makes character. And in the situation with Karmelo Anthony, his character was being judged on the fact that his emotions was overtaking his choices that he could have made in using his character trait of being a good kid. But that is why this conversation must include masculinity as well. Too many boys are being taught a distorted version of manhood. They are taught that aggression equals strength, that intimidation and earns respect, and that anger proves seriousness, and walking away makes them weak. But any man can lose control. And real strength is possessing the power to cause damage and having the discipline not to use it recklessly. Real masculinity is self-government. It is the ability to control your hands, your mouth, your ego, and your emotions, even when someone offends you. Shinny says, on paper, Karmelo was everything the community is being told will help them. Then he effed up to the max. Lost hope was more than many could handle. The balance and the grift taking advantage. That's a fact. So, a young man who cannot tolerate embarrassment is not powerful. He is fragile. And in that moment where Karmelo Anthony was being asked to leave, he was embarrassed because he was invited. This is just my perspective. And it's completely understood when people say, but come on, Sale, come on, Will. He was invited by his friend Eddie, and I understand that. But he had a multitude of people asking him to leave the place he was invited to. And then here comes the Metcalf brothers. And one of the Metcalf brothers then ended up pushing him. So his weakness was shown through the actions of someone else, and which proved he had no impulse control, which then goes back to his parenting. I'm sorry, not his parenting, his parents' parenting. And a young man who cannot tolerate this is not powerful, right? Nida says, most men are fragile. Well, again, the panel is open. Y'all know the panel is open. If you want to come up, all you got to do is request a link. And I went ahead and tagged a few content creators who I vehemently disagree with. And, they're more than welcome to join the show. But a young man who believes every disagreement requires a confrontation is not prepared for manhood. He is controlled by his impulses. And this is where parenting becomes uncomfortable. Because in parenting, a young man who needs his parents to excuse every decision has not learned accountability. He has learned dependence. And that's not just even going to the parents. That's also just going to society. If society has to give you an excuse for everything that you're doing, then you're a dependopotamus. You're not an independent. You're a dependent. You depend on people to speak for you, right? And parents must ask themselves, when my son gets in trouble, is my first question, what happened? Or is it automatically, what did they do to you? Or what did you do, right? Do I investigate the situation, or do I immediately build a defense just because you're my son? Do I immediately say that Karmelo didn't get a fair trial just because he's black? Do I immediately say that Karmelo Anthony is a victim just because he's black? Do I say that even with all of the evidence that he went up under the tent, that he was asked more than 15 times to move, that he was pushed, and that even when he was pushed, he pulled the knife and he stabbed someone, he's still the victim? Is that my only position only because he's black? Is that true accountability, or am I just showing my bias on my sleeve, right? Because then if you keep letting him do this and you keep letting him get away with the fact that society is continuously making these excuses based on his decisions, what are we doing for him? We're leading him down the path that he won't be able to follow because it's not his own. And then he enters adulthood, believing every boundary is oppression. Every rejection is disrespect. Every consequence is persecution. And even authoritative figure is simply a hater. And people who question the things that you've done, they're just haters. Like yesterday, Papi Blanco was in the chat and he was saying, oh, Sel, you still hating on Karmelo? Hate on him for what? What is there to celebrate about Karmelo Anthony? For a lot of people that's saying the Rebloodicoons and whatever other slanderous names y'all come up with, how can I be presumed a hater if Karmelo's the one that killed someone? What is there to celebrate about that? But again, when I drop the link for people to join the channel, for people to join the panel to have the conversation, they don't want to, right? What's going on, Venomous? Happy Sunday to you. So the goal of parenting cannot be to raise a son who can only survive when his parents are present to defend him. What you mean? You supposed to be trained to go, on the go, trained to go killer? Yeah. Oh, trained to go killer? Yeah. Okay, cool. So being a trained to go killer, that's what make Karmelo a man. So shouldn't he face his consequences as a man? Yeah. So why was he crying?
I don't know.
Doesn't sound like he was a trained to go killer.
Don't sound like a gangster.
Don't sound like a gangster. Don't sound like a real man.
You know what's funny?
What's up?
How many of these people have, family members that have been arrested and are still waiting on appeals, and they
ain't went down and fought for them? I don't see them out there protesting for their very family members that have arrest records longer than the goddamn a dollar store receipt.
Free Mello. Well, you know what? You still get to text. Those texts though.
Oh, the text message is coming. That's what I'm building up to. Rocky says, why would they join while there is a guarantee they will lose and have to admit it? I'm not asking them to defend Karmelo. We're having a conversation about this whole label of the good black boy. And why is it that this notion is being pushed just because he's black or just because he's a boy? And I'm calling into question the things that people just don't want to talk about. So the goal must be to raise a man whose character can withstand scrutiny when his parents are no longer in the room. And that requires emotional development. But while we wait, let's continue. Where's my button? This is my button. Hold on. Right here. Here's my button. Right there.
a day when evidence was presented showing Austin Metcalf's disturbing record of fights, bullying, and racist behavior. Karmelo Anthony was dressed in a suit and tie for this morning's hearing, which began with the defense arguing that efforts by the trial judge and prosecutors to combat threats and deal with disruptions actually prevented Anthony from getting an open and fair trial. But bombshell testimony came this afternoon from Anthony's trial attorney, Mike Howard, about Austin Metcalf's background report that was never presented to the jury. CBS News Texas has also learned new details about Austin Metcalf's background. Metcalf and his brother Hunter were once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK Kill All Blacks and Heil Hitler, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation. Records reveal they reportedly told authorities, "We did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism." There are several documented instances of Austin using racial slurs in school. And in 2023, Austin was accused of bullying a black student in class. In 2018, while still in elementary school, Austin and his brother were accused of bullying and assaulting a female, which led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024 with another female student, Austin allegedly knocked her to the ground and punched her in the stomach. He was also kicked out of a football game and texted someone later, "I was about to beat the expletive out of those kids." At a previous track meet, when another student alerted Austin that someone not on their team, quote, "behind our bench was talking wild," Austin reportedly replied, "Kill that MF." During the 2023-2024 school year, he received in-school suspension twice.
Hold on one second. Gigi says, "From all the trials I've watched, unless Austin threatened Karmelo, blaming the victim never ends well." Well, this is the caveat, right? This is the counterplay to everything that has been going on within the social justice warrior world. All y'all doing are you're just victim blaming. So if I get up here and I say to any and everybody that's calling into question the past of Austin Metcalf, you're victim blaming. I would then have to wait and see what their answer is. But of course, they won't answer me. They won't click the link. They won't. They just won't do it. Because now you would have to say that you are participating in victim blaming, something that you say you don't do, or something that you say is wrong for others to do. Y'all see the dangerousness of it? And I understand this is a heavy conversation, but at the same time, you have to produce to me how it is that Karmelo is a victim, and acknowledge and for me to understand and to acknowledge what makes him a victim when he put himself in that position. No one forced nor asked Karmelo to be in that stadium. No one forced him to be up under that tent. He was asked to come over. Petty Politics says, "You're reaching, Sal." You say I'm reaching, but there's the link. If you disagree with anything that I'm saying, the link is right there. Gigi said the victim is the dead boy. That's what I'm saying. But again, if we're not supposed to be blaming the victim, you say you at work. All right, I appreciate you at work on a Sunday. Hey, get them hours in. So we're going to continue.
School disciplinary records from April 2022.
No, but hold on, wait, time out. You said I'm reaching. Reaching how? What am I reaching at? I'm trying to understand. You said I'm reaching. Reaching by saying what? That people calling into question Austin Metcalf's past, that's victim blaming? That's reaching? Isn't that what we say? Isn't that what we say about women? Right? So if a woman gets raped, and then we call into the fact that she was a very sexualized and sexually active woman, and we say, well, hey, I mean, look at the way she dressing. Look at the way she do this. Look, oh, well, that's victim blaming. Isn't that victim blaming? Y'all tell me in the chat if I'm wrong. So if I bring up this very sexually active woman's past and she ends up getting raped, I'm victim blaming. Isn't that how they say it goes? Y'all tell me in the chat, because I don't mind being wrong. I can even accept a difference of opinion. So, okay, cool. So Tree says, yup. Okay, cool. And that's a black one. Shout out to Sister Treese. She says, yup, that's exactly what it is. So if it's victim blaming to say anything about women's sexual proclivity behavior and the things they did in their past, and then they end up getting raped or sexually assaulted, and now we bring up their sexual past, Like, prime example, the Diddy case. Everybody knows about Cassie's very adventurous sexual history. And when we bring up Cassie's sexual history, now we're victim blaming. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all understand what I'm saying. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. We're victim blaming if we bring up Cassie's past. So would it also not be victim blaming if we bring up Austin's past as well? Why So Serious says they're making it seem like the victim is the perpetrators and not the person that got deleted. When in fact, to me, they both victims on different ends of the spectrum, depending on how you look at it. I would be more than welcome to hear that conversation, to have that conversation with you. Why So Serious? But I don't see Karmelo Anthony as a victim. The only, you know what, I take it back. The only way I could see Karmelo Anthony as a victim is the failure of his parents, the failure of his community, and the failure of those who knew about his past and did little to nothing to help him stop it. But anyway, let's continue, because y'all about to learn a lot about his past, just in case y'all didn't see this news clip.
2024 revealed that Austin reportedly called a teacher the B word and used profanity. He told a school official that he couldn't control it and wasn't aware that it was coming out of his mouth. In 2024, on at least 5 occasions, Austin saw a counselor regarding his anger and rage during a football game.
My bad. Can y'all hear the volume in the video?
2021, he got banned from attending basketball games for a season after yelling profanity at a player. Metcalf also got suspended after he and another student were talking about bringing a gun to school the following day. But the never-before-released details of Anthony's early years in Louisiana up to the day of his arrest for murder are also disturbing. On the day that Karmelo Anthony would fatally stab Austin Metcalf, prosecutors say he sent this text message at 1 a.m.
Now, we understand that this all took place April 2nd, 2025. You see it right there on the screen. April 2nd, 2025. I'm low-key on the verge. Emphasize, I'm low-key on the verge. He sent 2 messages. He sent one at exactly 1 a.m. Then he sent another one at 1:43. I'm low-key on the verge. So he's putting emphasization on him being low-key on the verge. Let's continue.
Which said, quote, I'm low-key on the verge, and then emphasized it. Later in the morning, on April 2nd, 2025, and hours before Anthony would kill Metcalf with a knife at a high school track meet, prosecutors say Anthony's girlfriend reported to a Centennial High School staff member that Anthony was engaging in stalking behavior, to include but not limited to driving by her home and refusing to allow her to end their relationship.
Now, if I'm for all the women and for all the women who have a problem with me, with why. This is the type of Negroes, this is the type of men that y'all talks about. These toxic men, these toxically masculine men. Oh, he wouldn't let me end the relationship. There's Karmelo. This is being reported by his girlfriend. So should we not believe her, or should we only believe him? And again, I say, y'all are more than welcome to join the stream. Irish from Twitch says, the problem here stems from something much older. When did murder become so complicated? Who gives a fuck why he killed him? The only question is whether or not he did. Doesn't matter if the murderer is black, white, yellow, pink, or purple. I agree with you, Irish, but the bigger problem in the conversation is that why is it that people are defending Karmelo only because he's black? They're overlooking the fact of his behavior, and they're overlooking the fact that he is the one that killed Austin Metcalf. And you still have people in vehement amounts that is only defending Karmelo only because he's black. Irish says because they're stupid. That's a fact. Now, Irish, watch this. Watch this, Irish. Because the same people that were standing on the courthouse steps saying that self-defense is not murder, these people cannot accept that George Zimmerman had the same exact argument. Yes, Nita, I'm live on Twitch too. So yes, George Zimmerman had the same exact argument. For George Zimmerman, self-defense is not murder. And the same thing goes for Karmelo then. Okay, cool. Then I can accept it. Accept the George Zimmerman angle. Accept Rick Child's angle. But they can't. They can't accept George Zimmerman's argument that self-defense is not murder because George Zimmerman is not black. and because Rick Chow was not black, and because Kyle Rittenhouse is not black. Solazan says racist pretty much, yes, but let's continue.
Also, in the 75-page filing, prosecutors say Anthony had previously been accused of stealing his girlfriend's phone.
Damn. So not only did he drive by her house, he was stalking her, wouldn't let her in the relationship, he also stole her phone. Damn.
And in October 2024, wrote a to-do list for his girlfriend about how to deal with, quote, weirdos, which included the line, say some slick, like my boyfriend kill people. There are also text messages where he admits on at least 2 occasions to punching girls in the face.
But again, I say, this violent young man who hits women, this is who y'all say the good kid is. And again, I'm calling into question. And I know you content creators or you panelists don't want to participate. That's cool, because now it's egg on the face. And I wouldn't say that I'm extending them olive branch, but I just want to hear from you directly, because you won't say my name on your show. So I'll just, I'll just drop the link, right? Please continue to call Karmelo Anthony the good kid. Tree says, I say again, if they will the same race, if they was the same race, this would have been done after day one. That's a fact. Deacon says, free Karmelo. Deacon, you're more than welcome to join the panel. Let's continue.
Prosecutors also found text messages from 2021 between Anthony and another student about robbing someone of $300. There are also text messages where Anthony talks about a fight and punching someone so hard he had to stop fighting.
So not only did he beat women, not only did he attack girls, not only did he stalk his girlfriend, not only did he take her phone, he also was robbing people too. And on top of that, you have a history of fighting. Do y'all remember that clip of that girl a long time ago? That white girl that was just like, I would know him for fighting. Iris says, that's my point. The race, gender, religion, tribalism was injected into the process a long time ago. It would not matter at all what tribe or group the perpetrator comes from. I'm a white guy, as the name suggests. I have no obligation to stomp for a murderer just because they're white. That's a fact. Appreciate you, Will. You says much love and respect, bro. Love the content as always. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Let's continue.
In 2023, prosecutors say Anthony told a friend he was going to vandalize someone's house in Austin, saying, quote, I just feel like it. I got a grudge.
Now, I need y'all to make, I need y'all to understand something too as well. Deacon Dave said he looks like us, so he innocent, Sale. No, he's not innocent just because he looks like us, unless he's not like us. Shout out to Kendrick Lamar. Now, in 2025, Karmelo Anthony was 17. So in 2023, how old is he? Let's continue. In 2023, that would make him around 15 years old. Let's continue.
In 2021, Anthony told a friend he had been suspended from school for 3 days for fighting, saying, quote, they said next time I do some, I get recommended for expulsion. In a text conversation with a friend in 2023, prosecutors have messages from Anthony.
Now, First Best Gigi said 15. In 2023, he's 15. Then he says, I'm going to shoot the school up tomorrow. So to Poppy Blanco and everybody else that was there that was upset about the Rick Chow trial, explain to me again, how is it that in 2023, this boy is saying, I'm going to shoot up the school tomorrow? So in 2023, if he's about 15 years old, how does a 15-year-old have a gun? Can somebody tell that to me? Anybody. I know a lot of people are afraid to drop out the clouds, but anybody like to explain to me how a 15-year-old has a firearm? But this is a good kid, though. This is a good kid. You mind explaining how a 15-year-old has a firearm?
Where he wrote, I'm going to shoot the school up tomorrow with my blick. But
with his blick.
Later sends messages saying, I would never actually do that.
Oh, okay, cool. He would never actually do it. Okay, cool. I'm glad to hear that.
In a 2024 text thread, prosecutors say Anthony admitted to carrying a firearm.
Wait. In 2024, that puts him at 16 years old, approximately 16 years old. So who's to say if he actually had a gun or not? You say you ain't got no proof of that. You ain't got no proof that he got a gun sale.
Telling a friend before a party that he would have the gun in my pocket.
Wait, time out. In 2024, he's 16 years old. I'm gonna go right now, just have the gun in my pocket. You just gonna have a gun in your pocket? Wait, so you do have a gun. You claiming you actually got a gun. Yeah, he was just playing. Karmelo Anthony was a good kid. No, he was evil and disturbed kid. He's exactly where he belongs now. That's a fact. Let's continue. Because now we have to find out, did Karmelo Anthony have a gun at 16 years old? Approximately at 15 years old.
There are other message threads where Anthony...
Oh, ain't that a bitch? So what's this? Can anybody tell me why is it in 2015? No, 2022. What year was this? Hold on, wait, time out. In 2023, this 15-year-old boy is posting pictures of himself holding a firearm. But y'all said he's a good kid. Y'all said he was a good kid. Freezy, Izzy Bands, Sharon, Poppy Blanco, Taz, any and everybody. I don't mind naming names. This is not beef. I'm just calling it to the forefront. And if you want the link, just request the link. If you want to run back to your show and do your show, then go do your show. But don't run from the questions, because don't act like I've never pulled up to y'all shows. But yet when I drop the link and I extend the offer for a conversation to my show, why are you yelling chicken in my ear? Can I help you? Hi, you hungry? Okay, but you see I'm live, so can I help? Not Michael just come and yell at me. Anyway.
Also mentions carrying a gun. After numerous suspensions for fighting while attending school in Louisiana, there are messages between Anthony and his girlfriend after he moved to Frisco. In one message thread, she suggests he should sit for a while, and he replied, "Yeah, and punch people, maybe run sometimes. I have to. It's like a priority for me. I like punching people. When I get mad, I see red. When I get mad, I black out. When I get mad, I can't control myself." Prosecutors also produced messages where Anthony admits to getting high and drinking alcohol and even talking about selling drugs to get...
So wait a minute. He said he was getting high, carrying a gun, and selling drugs? Wait a minute.
At the age of 15?
At the age of 15. Welcome to the stage, Cooley. What's going on with you? How can I be upset?
Negro. This poor Negro. If he had a dad like me, and you know what, my family, black. I am the only, may I say, C-O-O-N in the family. I'm the one that voted for Trump twice. My dad voted for Trump, but he's still on that. But if he just have a dad like mine, and not whatever dad he had. Same thing goes for Austin, because they both need a whooping. They need a whooping so bad.
Oh no, Austin
they can feel it in the next.
Austin needed his ass whooped. You are here putting up racial words, using race words, using the word nigga. Absolutely, you need your ass whooped. Period.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I know that my dad would be biased when it comes to Karmelo. He gonna give it to him hard, because like he loved his son. And so I remember that like my dad is a disciplinary. Both of these kids needed a strong male figure that'll control all that and give them the worst whooping, because all of this could have been avoided, especially with the guns, especially with the slurs, both of them. But Karmelo, like, where was his parents, especially with the guns? Like, he wasn't out here hunting pigs like Austin Hunter. He was out here, you already know.
Thanks. Let's Mike says the kid's dead. Right, the kid is dead. Austin's dead. So absolutely. Yeah. Anger Snowman says, remember back when I said I believe he went out that day with the purpose of unaliving a white boy, and everybody said I was going too far. Was I really? Good question. Just saying. Deborah says, what does she want? She should they take up Austin's grave and beat him? I mean, yeah, the kid's dead. At the end of the day, what you gonna do? Deacon says, telling the truth is self-hate, Sale. You need to agree with Freezy and Taz. Why do I need to agree with Freezy and Taz? Because I'm black? I can't have a difference of opinion? And even when it comes down to that difference of opinion, it's not that I want it to be right, but I am right. You see what I'm saying, Deacon Dave? I didn't try to be right. I just didn't like being also disrespected and ousted just because I have a difference of opinion. That's dangerous. You see what I'm saying? And only because I said, well, I think that when it comes down to it, people should, and Omni said it yesterday, I've been saying since the beginning, everybody should wait until all of the facts come out. Oh, no, I know he being sarcastic, Dr. Manhattan, but still, it's a chat I'm going to respond to, right? So when it comes down to it, as far as why I don't agree with Taz, why I don't agree with Freezy, why I don't agree with Sharon, why I don't agree with Izzy, all of the people who've been vehemently in more ways than one, they say they're not defending him, they say they're not supporting, but in more ways, well, we know Freezy is. I know that other people are, but they're just calling into question. Okay, well, I got questions too. Why do we keep trying to say that he's a good kid? He's not a good kid. He's just not. What's going on, Dr. Steele? Fives is in the building. What's going on, Fives? How can I help?
So, man, I was just hanging out here to talk about this this whole business.
Okay. Did you got something that you want to add on to everything that you heard so far?
Yeah, no, I think that it shouldn't. The you saw me talk. My Twitch handle is different than
You good?
my StreamYard.
Mhm.
You saw me talking about how it shouldn't matter where this guy comes from. It doesn't matter who does it. Murder is murder. It's period. End of. Like the fact that it ever became a complicated question. When somebody gets murdered, if a white man murders a black man, if a black man murders a yellow person, who cares? Who gives a fuck? It's murder. Just charge them with murder. It shouldn't matter why they do it. Like that lady that freaking killed her kids. Who cares why she fucking did it?
Facts. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, that lady was evil. She need to like be in the death penalty for babies.
Thanks. OG Sigma, what's going on, my G? All right, let's continue, y'all.
At guns. In 2024, prosecutors say Anthony even attempted to assault a teacher, saying, "I put my hands and face and everything." Also in 2024, messages obtained by prosecutors suggest Anthony tried to bring a weapon into the State Fair of Texas.
Wait, stop. Hold up. What?
Asking a friend if the State Fair got metal detectors.
Oh my gosh, why inactivity?
So he actively was carrying weapons. This boy was known for carrying weapons. We're talking about Karmelo.
Hey, can I say something? Like, this makes sense why photos of some of his pictures was taken down because they had photos of him looking like a YN, looking like a thug, and posing with his other friends with guns.
Yeah. And you know what happened? Wait, hold on. I gotta cut in for a second because
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
You know what happened? You know what happened when I put that picture up? Oh, that's a fake gun. It's a toy gun. I said no. That shows that.
That's the reason.
Yeah, it shows that he definitely was a YN. That this boy was definitely toting around firearms. That this boy was a hooligan. He liked to carry knives. He liked to carry weapons.
So how do the parents not know this, or do they know and allow this? Were they comfortable with this type of thing?
Go ahead, Fives.
Of course they know. Like, how can you not know? Like, it's the modern era. You don't know what your kids are up to. Why do you even have them? Like and that goes into something deeper. I think a lot of people have kids for their own reasons. They don't have kids because they're worried about raising the next generation. That kids are not their priority. For that aside, the fact that he's doing this stuff and you're not intervening, like even if you didn't cause this, you as a parent are still responsible.
Yeah,
your kid murdered somebody.
That's a fact. What's going on, Waso? What's happening, my G?
I just wanted to do 2 points. I think the first point, you remember that the debate Trey had on the panel when Angry Man was on there, Venus and them kept coming off, and Taz and them was on there, and me and Taz got into it.
And I got into it with Taz, and Angry
Yeah,
Man
I
got
think
into
that's
it with
the
Taz. Yeah.
I think that's the first time I really was like, hey man, that's the first time I had a like grew a real respect for you outside of what I respect. The thing is, I was trying to tell them is y'all gonna fight for this appeal. And y'all only gonna make this mind situation worse. Cause it's a reason why he never got up on the panel. Remember I was saying all that?
Mm-hmm.
It's a reason why they didn't put him on the panel. It's also a reason why they didn't have any other students that be around them get on the panel, because at the end of the day, it's easier to get a child to go and tell the truth because it's just how kids are. They was gonna tell other things. And then when you brought up the text message and all that, it kind of circled itself around and connecting the dots. And I'm glad that the judge did not do another trial, because if he had done another trial, it would have went from what your wife say 35 years to about 99.
It could have went to 60, 99, could have went to all of that. Give me 1 second. Shout out to Big Bad Bull, one of the baddest moderators in the space. He says the truth is that race baiting is an extremely lucrative business model in these YouTube spaces. That's a fact. And some content creators, hold on, and some content creators are milking the fuck out of that cow before the truth comes out and the case is closed. And I ain't mad at them. It is what it is. And listen, I'm not mad at them either, right? But Big Bad Bull, you know, I got love for you. I got mad love for Big Bad Bull, right? This is my problem with this. Why shun other content creators just because they don't agree with you? And then why try to outcast? Well, hold on, watch this. Why, Cooley Cat, yes, it is money, but watch this also. Why shun them just for the sake of content and then outcast them as if they're, well, you should be dismissed from the black community because you're not one of us, because you're not standing with Karmelo. So simply because this boy, who is a YN, let me welcome up my wife to the stage. Hey, baby.
Oh, Miss Brew.
Oh, Lord, though.
Huh?
Why you said, oh, Lord?
I didn't say, oh, Lord. But hold on, let me finish.
Hi, Miss Brew.
So, and Big Bad Boy, I know that it is a business model that a lot of people are running a race baiting thing. It's the same thing that happened in the manosphere, red pill sphere. It happened in the sisterhood. It happened in the BWE movement. It's easy to create content with a narrative driven purpose because that is what gives you the money. It's literally marketing 101. If I want to do content about He-Man hate women, I'm going to do content about He-Man hate women, and I hope to get money like Myron and the rest of them. If I'm going to do content about I'm women hate man, I'm hoping that these women are going to join into my plethora, and then they're going to send me money because they hate men too. Shout out to what's her name, the sisterhood of traveling coochies.
Man.
So the thing is, I have no problem with people doing their content. This is why I don't tell people not to do content no more. Shout out to Izzy Bands. Let me do my content, even if you disagree with it, right? But my thing is this. All right, cool. So now the truth is out. I had a whole debate, a back and forth argument multiple times with Izzy Bands, and I'm saying Izzy Bands' name for a reason. Now that these text messages has come out, has this changed your opinion about who Karmelo Anthony is? And then I want him to revisit some of those old arguments, not that he had with me, but with other people. All because of this nigga, this young fool, this ignorant ass nigga, Karmelo Anthony, who everybody was saying, oh, he's a good kid, and this isn't that. No, he was not a good kid. And it's okay to say that just because he's a kid. It's okay to say that. Go ahead, y'all.
And then hold on. And another thing, when I was saying where he a victim, I'm just saying he's a victim of the culture.
Okay. Every man say that too.
As a whole, but it's like, everybody call me a tether. But I tell people all the time, you're right. I might be a tether, but if you invite me to your cookout or invite me to a family, I bet your family like me more than they like you, because I've been here my whole life in South. I'm in the hood in South Memphis. I'm in White Haven now, still considered the hood with money. But what I'm saying is the culture, like I'm gonna give you this here. Let's say he never had weapons, but he was boasting around like he'll carry them. Come on, man. Ain't that what the culture tell you to do? If you ain't drilling, robbing, stealing, and killing and pillaging, you ain't part of the hood. It was a point when I was coming up, if you didn't struggle, you not black. If you don't come from poverty, you not black. So the culture, you got people like from Germantown Collierville, that's where the basketball players and the business owners live. They kids will come back to they kids will graduate, get the money, get the cars, and come back to the hood and end up with life in jail, and they proud about that. You got people that's not coming from the coast, that's not coming from the hood, leaving they porch to come jump on somebody else's porch in the hood like it's cool. Basketball players, football players gotta act tough, carry guns, but that's just what the culture present. And I say the culture is worse than the KKK, in my opinion, for the last 30 years, especially hip hop culture.
Oh, be
Yeah,
careful.
and the youth don't know what they
No,
don't
you're not
know.
being
So if
careful.
this
You're
is
being accurate. You're
Now, I know
being
I can't say that. I
accurate.
can't say the three letters, but you get what I'm saying. Say like,
You
no,
can't?
in the last 30, 40 years, tell me what the hip hop culture on both men and women's side have produced besides degeneracy and murder and whores and baby mama, baby dad outside of what we had 40, 50, almost 100 years ago. So
Strength?
a lot of people,
And
then that's why I say he's a victim of it. If he's like, come on, man.
I got you.
Then,
I hear what you're saying.
then his mom and dad, if you seen them in interviews, they didn't even come to his sentencing, bro. Like all they care about is the money. That's ooh, they like
yeah,
from
they,
what you
they
from what you said yesterday, it seemed like he was part of the Illuminati. They sacrificed him.
yeah, they sold his kid up the river.
Yeah.
Like that's the real tragedy here is that young people don't know what they don't know. They become kind of a combination of all the things that they're exposed to when they're really young. And if this is all they're exposed to, this is what they do. And so his life is over. Regardless if he gets the death penalty or he spends the rest of his life in prison, his life is over. For what? Because his parents couldn't do their fucking job.
Yeah, that's a hell of a point. Really quick, baby, did you want
But
to add anything right quick?
yeah, so
Go
this
ahead.
is the thing about the parents not being involved. What we know, what is verified, is that he's been involved with the school for behavioral issues since the age of 6.
Yes.
So the parents are involved, and it also falls on the school system.
Mm.
What were y'all doing? Why didn't y'all call CPS? Because this is a reportable issue, and they are mandated reporters. Like, what is actually going on here?
Unless the kid is like a sociopath and has his like literally hardwired brain where he can't do anything but bad. Behavioral health is a cop out. There's a lot more people claiming that than actually have issues. What you can do is you could discipline the child and disincentivize stupid behavior. Like if they're going to school and starting fights, you whoop their ass. You say this is unacceptable behavior. I don't care why you did it. Don't fucking do it. And what's a child going to do? I mean, they're going to fight back against their parents who are bigger, stronger, scarier? No. And if you do nothing, they're going to do what they want.
well.
Well, but this is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Society has made it that if you use corporal punishment with your children, that's child abuse. What I'm saying is the overall involvement. If the school is aware that there was a behavioral issue since the age of 6, remind you, he's not a big grown man.
Not at all.
That's only 11 years from his initial behavior crisis. Then we have text messages all throughout where he's beating up girls, he's beating up boys, he's going to fairs. So there's a lot of things that, like, not only were his parents not involved, the school system wasn't involved, didn't protect the other students, law enforcement wasn't involved, didn't put him inside of, you know what I'm saying, a juvenile correctional facility prior to this, even when he lived in Louisiana. If he went to the Texas State Fair and there was an incident, he should have already been incarcerated.
That's a fact. Really quick, Deacon Dave, you came up. You wanted to add right quick before we go on with the more of the text message, because there's more text messages, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know.
No, I just wanted to say something real quick. I don't think his parents sent him up the river. I think they knew that this kid needed to sit it down, so they wanted to keep the money. I mean, why throw the money away?
But what's the point of
let's let him sit down for a little bit, because everything we're trying to do, or if we're even paying attention, ain't nothing working. You can't talk to him but so many times. Go sit it down then.
talk? You need a belt, a good belt.
Yeah, the time
like
for talking
like
was done
my
a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they're past that. So they're just like, why would we waste this money? I mean, money's not going to make the fact that you did what you did just go away. I mean, some people may be convinced that a good defense or a stack of lawyers I don't think that would have changed the outcome. I think the parents could finally live. They get that extra bedroom back, and they know where their son's at. He's alive. He'll be all right. He'll get fed.
Right, but here's the thing. So that also means there was a scam on the black community
Facts.
because we
Pretty
didn't
much,
know.
yeah.
We didn't know anything about Carmelo Anthony as a community, but his parents would know at that point if he needed to sit down or not. If you didn't have that money in your household, why should you get it from the community saying you're going to get the best defense? Like,
When y'all had, especially when y'all had already knew ahead of time from the paperwork that we saw yesterday, that y'all had already had this plan.
Nobody
Y'all
would have
talked about this.
donated to that for sure. For sure.
Hold on, y'all. She wasn't done talking. Go ahead, baby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I mean that's okay. It's an excitable conversation. I get it. Like that's ultimately what I was getting ready to say. We saw in the transcripts they was down with it from the beginning. But before you even hired Mike Howard as parents, you knew how troublesome your son was. So this is why I keep saying about the defense. There's a defense if everybody was doing their job. It wouldn't have gotten him 0 time, but it wouldn't have gotten him 35 years.
Thanks.
So, that's it.
Yeah, and instead
I
of
also like to make.
oh,
I
go
think
ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cooley Cat, then Wasso, and then Fives. Go ahead, Cooley. Well, no, Cooley
I
Cat,
also
then
like.
Fives, then Wasso. Go ahead.
I also like to make the assumption of him might be having a mental illness or disorder such as psychopathy, because if you see the pictures, whether he was in prison or not, there seems to be in his eyes somebody's home. But if you were to open the door, you don't want to find where the person is because the whole house is black for some reason, and you don't want to search that person because there's an ominous force within that dark house. Like the picture of Austin just nonchalantly, he just got this Roblox blank face look, and in his eyes, it's literally like somebody's there, but it's dark. Like, I don't know how people can just look at the kid and not think there's something wrong with that kid. He either got undiagnosed psychopathy or he got psychopathic tendencies that were left unchecked and resulted into a situation into this. I just want to say that because I really want to know where this guy's mind came from, and could it be from abuse, from trauma, especially from Louisiana, because Louisiana is a place where a lot of crime is there. And yeah, I really want to talk about that, but I close
Gotcha.
with that.
Fives, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, I was gonna say that with the whole money issue, like if their priority was really their kid, let's say that he really does just need to be saved. There's no At that point, you would go into the court, I would think, and say, look, my son's got issues. He's got problems. We've tried to help him. Nothing's worked. Maybe this is the last ditch effort, and ask for mercy or something like that. But making it a money issue just makes it seem like you don't care about your kid. And that may not be true, but what do we on the outside know except what we could see with our eyes?
Well, I think personally that's why everybody was grifting so hard, because everybody needed to believe that his parents cared about their kid. But that's the problem, though. Why do y'all need to convince us that his parents care about his kid? Shouldn't that be his parents' job? That would be reflected in his behavior, right? His behavior is what reflects his parenting. At least that's what I understand.
Unless
So why would
unless they're all getting a cut?
But it's not even about if they're all getting a cut. It's about the plight of the black community, where every single tragedy turns into an opportunity to be a cash grab.
Now, hasn't that gone on long enough and caused enough damage that y'all are tired of it?
I mean,
Well, I'm tired of it. I know that if something were to happen to me, I have a feeling that my family would, it's like a thing. And I hate that's a thing. Forgive me, Miss Brown.
hold
I
on,
mean, Miss
Cooley.
Brown.
Hold on, Cooley Cat. Who is y'all though?
The black community.
Not me.
I grew up
Not
in
me.
freaking downtown Los Angeles. I went to school, inner city black kids. I've had nothing but black friends my entire life. I've seen the struggle from the outside looking in, and it begs the question, like, Doesn't it make you mad when people take advantage of that and they monetize it and they fucking talk about it like they've been there and they do all this stuff, but they continue to perpetuate it so they can continue milking it?
What bothers me most is when all races do that, right? Because white people do it too, but we're talking about the good black kid, right? So that's why I'm saying that they use this opportunity to monetize and grift like most other tragedies, because most other tragedies in the black community, unfortunately, are steeped in this rhetoric that, oh, he was a good kid even when he's not. And when the infighting comes and the inability to hold true accountability to the parents, when people are like, well, no, because you don't know what you're talking about, and yeah, he was a good kid. So we are in fact angry about this is why we're speaking out about it.
Mm-hmm.
And showing the text messages that, no, you have to start critically thinking and digging a little deeper, because what someone is selling you is not the true situation.
That's a fact. Really quick, shout out to everybody that's just coming into the building. Thank you very much for.
The dog is doing the most, but sorry about that, y'all. In any
No,
event, go ahead, Dave.
I'm just
Lasso
I'm
was
skept
next. Lasso
I'm
was next.
skeptical.
Man,
Yeah,
I thought that
and
was my
anytime one of
dogs.
these crazy situations happen, I'm skeptical from the jump. I don't just jump on the bandwagon trying to defend black and all. I don't do that no more. Because I've been black my whole life, and I've seen that it doesn't matter what jersey you put on, there's always going to be a bias. But if you're just waiting for the facts, that's when you could just watch the circus. So
You
that's where
always
I've
told me
always
you
done.
shouldn't wear anyone's jersey but your own.
And
Well,
I
my skin jersey, and I see people who do that.
and see, I think they messed up when they went at it as a simple fact of self defense. That's why. First off, I was like, when I read it, when I saw it happen, after it happened, I was like, they finna probably turn this into a black versus white thing, or white versus. They did that, and then I was like, when his fan, I told my homie, I was like, the minute they say self defense, they gonna lose the case. They said self defense, and I was like, that's where they hit it. They hit it wrong with self defense. I don't think they should have went with self defense. They should have just attacked it as two kids having an altercation, because that's really what it is, in my opinion.
Yeah,
He
because
he
they
went
do
too
all this
far,
stuff,
obviously.
for him, they no one ever gets to talk about the stuff that like Austin Metcalf is the kid that got murdered, but like he's no saint either. That we could have talked about that if it hadn't been brought to this situation. But instead, now it's like, oh, it's because he's black that this is happening. No, it's not. It's happening because he killed somebody.
And I would like to say something. Like, it- well, can I just say up front, everyone?
Say
Anyone?
what you need to say, Cooley. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, we could have had a very human, deep conversation of what happened between Carmelio and Austin and what were they going through that lead up to this
Carmelo.
explosion.
Cooley. Carmelo.
Uh, Carmelo, that lead up to this tragedy. But I think just like Nolan Wales, not like in similar situation, but because Nolan Wales, who identify as Filipino, but he looked very black, and his mother too. If you didn't know that she was Filipino, it's like if somebody died or is in jail and they happen to be black, and the person that was around them is white, I feel like the social media and how black people is on social media will take any case that have a black person being a victim or hurting somebody is complex, and the person or the people around them is white, is just going to take that and just going to take any cases that have a black person and some white and just turn it into race, and the media will literally, in history, like Black Lives Matter, will will support a narrative over the truth. And according to the transcripts, uh, it's shown that the court was influenced pretty much by social media and outside forces that affected the case in such a degree that pretty much anytime a black person, whether they, you know, off a tree or something, they always going to make it about race. And that's sad because if a if a black person in any situation is harmed or in trouble, people are not going to treat it human. They just going to treat it based on skin color rather than character and the situations at hand. Meaning that it's meaning that there are people that are trying to polarize a situation just for political and social gain. I close.
That's a fact.
I mean, it's not even just for political and social gain. It's like, damn, okay, the system is full of racism and the white people are all against you. Well, then why isn't anybody trying to become politicians? Why isn't anybody trying to change policy? That is really like my biggest issue.
But they change it for the worse, and we have trash politicians like Jasmine Crockett. I'm sorry.
It's almost like those.
Oh, there can only be one? There can only be one, right?
No. No. There could be more, but you know how the community and Democrats are about black people, like that don't toe the line. Like it's polarized, like not giving any doubt.
But that's my point right there, Cooley. What we're talking about, our people becoming politicians, and it immediately goes to the Democrats, and it immediately goes to, well, Jasmine Crockett. Like, this is the problem in the community. It's the limitations. It's the belief that there's a ceiling. The fact is, Jasmine Crockett is a representation of herself, and one person in a whole community of people. Did she hit all the marks? Absolutely no, she did not. Does a black person have to be a Democrat? Absolutely, they do not. Is there a line to toe? Absolutely, there is not, because the only line I see is one that leads to these deaths that can't be explained, or officer-involved shootings, or just killing somebody, stupid shit like people losing their life over a $1 bottle of water. No, ma'am, that's the shit that's got to change. Fuck that.
I think that before and even after the civil rights movement, that there's a part of this country, that the ruling class, that does not like the black man or the black woman, and they have for a long time been doing everything they can to make sure that you, as a community, have your expectations set so low that you'll never try to reach for anything higher. And this is another example. The first time an issue comes out where there's an altercation between a white dude and a black dude, it's automatically about race. And they raise that banner up on the flagpole. All these people come running over to it. And it's a repeat of the same thing over and over and over. And it'll keep going that way until enough voices get up and say, no, this is bullshit. It doesn't have to be about race. It could just be one guy killing another guy, and it has nothing to fucking do with me. And then everybody can go on with their lives.
See, I agree with the latter of what you said, but it always happened because people get in their emotions when these things transpire. And the fact oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dave. I just got to say this real quick, because you said that you admit that the white people is trying to keep the black people down.
Oh, I never said the white people. I said the political power. I have no interest in keeping anybody down. I don't think a vast majority of Americans do either. But I think that when the political ruling class were forced to do things like give former slaves rights, disband all those places where there was segregation and stuff, allow black people to vote, I think when they were forced to do that, they did it begrudgingly. And that's why you see all this stuff now. It's propaganda. It's all this stuff that's pushed. You get politicians that are black, but they're not your friends, because they continually do stuff that perpetuates the current problem. The divide in the race, the divide in the culture, the divide in the income. Like, how long has it been since the civil rights movement, since slavery? Somebody's trying to keep you guys here.
That's
and
not
it ain't
true.
me.
This is the thing, right? The political powers that be, That's what we'll call them. Nobody can begrudgingly make somebody with power give away power, right? You can't
This is
force
true.
someone with power to give away power. So
This is
when
true.
people try to frame the history of the United States of America that somebody was forced, no, it was a decision, it was a choice. The question then becomes what was rooted in that decision and that choice. So when we have a situation where people can do something, honestly, them taking away DEI and them, taking away affirmative action and these things, that kind of sucked for the people that were utilizing those processes in order to elevate. But how many people did not take advantage of those opportunities at all because the community itself, not anybody outside of it, the interworkings of the community, well, education is lame, well, having money is lame, well, it's about this and it's about that. That's not what somebody else is making us do. That's the choice people make every day. And we have to start ripping the band-aid off of that and stop giving people a backdoor, an excuse, an exit from what the issue is.
So do you agree that the black community has to start talking about the dark side of our culture in order to even proper side and even big up the good side of our culture?
Yeah, I think we have
Yes,
to stop
and
coddling the bad people, the bad actors. They have to stop being coddled just because they have the same potential skin complexion as you. That's so illogical.
You
and
gotta
also I'd like to say something.
inoculate your family against people that come. Doesn't matter who they look like or where they come from. If they're telling you that that guy over there is your enemy because X, Y, or Z, like, what are they trying to gain by saying these things? Are they trying to lift you
Being
up,
black
or are they trying to tear that guy down and create animosity? Because that
or
animosity doesn't
control
do
you.
you any good. All it is a waste of energy. You spend your time hating that guy instead of working on your own grind.
And also, this can also open doors to mental health. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
This this can also open doors to true honesty about mental health in the black community because as long as you keep on blaming and having your purpose revolve around an oppressor or an outside force, you're never going to truly, live life, love life, and understand life if you don't understand yourself without outside force. Because a lot of how black people understand their issues in their life is through the lens of oppressor versus oppressed. And so how this affect mental illness is that as long as you blame how you think, how people hurt each other, how people you know, behave in a way against each other because of white supremacy or any type of external force, you never truly is going to get to the bottom of it or provide true autonomy to your own people. Because let's just say somebody kills somebody in a hood. You can put that on white supremacy. There are some people that also give argument of generational trauma. That is the reason why a black person kill another black person because generational trauma, slave mentality, and etc. But ultimately, he didn't have to kill that person. He didn't have to kill that person over anything because he made the choice to do it. It wasn't because of white supremacy. And it may also not be because he don't have a father in his life or that his parents still love him or that any other painful thing in his life. It could be just because he decided to do that because he thought it would make him feel better. He thought he can be a man and he
Mm-hmm.
thought that was a way to get street cred. As long as black people keep on blaming their issues, their choices on external forces, even when it is clever in deceiving them, they will never truly have autonomy. And thus, mental illness, along with narcissistic tendencies and Machiavellian um, behaviors, will continue to inhabit the black community until as Ms. Bruce says, it is to that point to stop coddling. That is when the black community can truly be healed, not just mentally, but also spiritually. I close.
See, the thing is, black people, we do talk about this shit. We talk about the bad side, but we only talk about it amongst ourselves. Every time you hear a person say, see, that's why you can never go nowhere, because it's always some bullshit. Or I don't go to clubs no more. I don't go to hookah because they always get the shoot. We talk about it amongst ourselves, but it's just when another race of people talk about it, even if they right, then the pride, that's when all the people be prideful about it. That's when they want to have pride and big up the community. Cool, I get it. Or when when it's something like this that goes worldwide, that goes global, not everybody want to talk about the good, but amongst ourselves, bro, we talk bad about the youngest, we talk bad about the young women, we talk about the dark side of the school system, we talk about all this. But when it comes to having a conversation to where it can put us on where the world can actually see us talk about our bad, nobody wants to do that, and I never understood that.
Yeah,
But we already put that out there ourselves with 60 whatever 104 whatever that with that crazy dark skinned uncle, no colorism. We already put ourselves out there with Zeus, with YouTube, with any other places on TikTok, and like it's already out there for many races, other ethnicities to see. So why even pretend to hold all that when your own put themselves out there for people to hear these conversations?
What's that
It's just
saying?
like,
What's that saying they be saying? I've heard, hey, I ain't gonna lie, I've heard Angry Man say it. I heard a lot of people say it. Yeah, me and the black person can talk bad about the black community, but I'm black. You can't say that because you're not. That shit, it be true, but it also be false at the same time to me, because they can, you can be on the outside looking in, giving us an assumption if it's not derogatory, but it's just off my assumptions. I could see this, I could see that, and you not be black. Even if they right, y'all still, even if they right, the community still to try to degrade them and like try to ostracize them for being right. Well, you can't speak on it, even if you are right, because you ain't come from the culture or you're not black. But I tell people all the
isn't
time,
Joe Biden?
I tell people all the time, brother, black Americans are the most studied group of people in the world. So everybody knows a lot about us, even if we want to act like we don't.
Kamala Harris not black. She triracial. Like,
So we
Kamala Harris.
So we pivoting into something that's going away from it. I mean, where y'all was at, like we don't need to talk about Kamala Harris. I don't really like we've done the politics.
Carmelo being mentally ill or something.
Yeah,
Carmelo.
Carmelo, girl, if you don't stop calling
I was at
Carmelo,
Carmelo.
No, I was just saying, hey, Sil, I was just saying based off
Mhm.
that argument, you that we had with Tad, how we talk about the culture too amongst ourselves. When you sitting at the place with your kinfolks and let your little nephew come by sag and y'all start having a conversation about that. When we at the barbershop talk tends to, but when it's only an issue when another race of people talk about it, or if a situation happened where something happened to a black person and it's worldwide, global, it gets notoriety. Now we want to talk about the good side, knowing doggone well why this person did that, and we can understand the culture. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Right, I get what you're saying, but see, here's the problem, right? The problem with barbershop conversation, again, this ain't no beef with nobody, but you know, I'm just calling out the ones that participate in this. You can't say it's wrong for us to talk about the degeneracy within the black community if we're calling out the degeneracy within the black community and it just so happens to be white people there. But yet at the same time, you perpetuate, promote, and you sell degeneracy to the white community or any other community, all in the name of making a dollar. But when someone tells the truth about the black community, now it's a problem. Why is it a problem when we tell the truth, but it's okay to sell it as a lie? You see what I'm saying? Like we put up this thing of, oh yeah, everybody's a real nigga in the black community. When we know everybody, bruh, he came up here with a
what in tarnation?
What in the hell is going on here today? Jeez.
I'm kind of afraid right now.
All right, but here's the thing, right? So I'm gonna the prime example of that was like the situation that happened between Anton and Corey Holcomb, right?
Prime example.
Corey Holcomb said, "You kissing the ass of white folks because that's who your boss is. That's who keep paying you, right?" The problem is a lot of people that was watching Corey Holcomb when he was going at the Anton Daniels, they don't watch Corey no more. And they only supported Corey in that moment only because he went after Anton, which was some nigga shit. But then when I get up here and I say, well, y'all really don't support Corey like that because Corey was saying some crazy out the shit way about black women. It don't matter. All that matters is that he said something about Anton. Okay, cool. So now let's go to this situation with Karmelo Anthony. It's okay to say that people are kissing the ass of black folks when it comes to the name of Karmelo Anthony. And why is that? Because he's black. But if we tell the truth about Karmelo, now it's a problem because y'all telling the truth about Karmelo in front of white folks. So let me ask this question. If black people can't tell the truth about Karmelo in front of black people, and you can't tell the truth about Karmelo in front of white people, who the hell can you tell the truth about Karmelo to? Because in other words, what you're telling me is we got to keep the fact that he was 15-year-old, walking around with a gun, he was selling drugs, participating in robbing people, beating up women, saying crazy shit. Y'all ain't seen the rest of the text messages. But we're supposed to keep that under wraps because he's black. But you don't want to, like, you see what I'm saying? But if my black ass get up here and say, yeah, man, fuck Karmelo, he was a YN. He was trying to prove himself to be a thug, and the only reason he went to the track that day is because he wanted to prove to anybody and everybody, now that the text message is out there, that this boy had a vendetta. He went there with a whole attitude problem. You see what I'm saying? So how does that then say, how can people say, well, y'all wrong for telling the truth about niggas? Oh, well, I asked the question to somebody that's liberal. Can you tell the difference between niggas and black folks? No. Well, if you can't tell the difference, you sound like the white racists that had the sheets over their head. You see what I'm saying? Is that not the same? Y'all tell me. Y'all on the panel, y'all in the chat. If a black person says I can't tell the difference between niggas and black folks, ain't that the same shit that the racist white motherfuckers used to say?
They say it to this day.
May I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Say something real quick, and then we got Bad Duck, and then we're gonna get back to the video.
Okay, it's like what you just said. It makes sense because if you can't tell the difference between honest, average, trying to live good, trying to do right, stay out of trouble, black person for a black person that promote degeneracy, want to act all type of ways, say all types of things, literally an agent of chaos, and hopefully not worse, a demon a human walking in the ways of a demon, then it's like, can I even trust you? Can I even trust you? Or do I have to trust a racist triple leather person that's white, that at least he may not like me, but he knows I'm less aggressive than that person. Yeah, I close on that.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bad Duck, you took the mask off. All right, Bad Duck, go ahead and say what you got to say, then we'll get back to the video. What up, Malcolm? And make sure y'all support the show. Greatly appreciate it. Go ahead.
The duck was here and my hat's all crooked. Woo! So I'm stepping back here a little ways in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, talking about the good boy and the bad boy, and a lot of it you guys have kind of covered with the culture that, you know, if someone is surrounded by culture that is not good, and raised in that culture and has friends in that culture and a community possibly in that culture, then, you know, it's more than likely that they're going to grow up and act that same way. So the question then becomes is, you know, why is that? It's the same thing you guys were talking about. Why is it not being addressed within the community that culture is not the best? Everybody knows that culture is the best, or I would say, you know, 50% of the population knows that culture is not the best. Why is that not being addressed more or harder? Or what solutions are for that? I don't know. That's kind of where my brain's at right now. What can be done?
Here's the thing, right? Because listening to what Cooley had to say, well, you should be able to tell the difference between an aggressive black person and a black person that's just minding their business and doing what they're supposed to do or what have you. Here's the thing. Why can't both of those people live in the same body? Why can't it just simply be that people are aggressive? That's a human trait, right? And that we all have little bits of better behavior and worse behavior. It's about knowing how to regulate them. Everybody code switches. I don't know why they make this like this is just something in the African American community. White people code switch, Spanish people code switch, everybody code switches. This is why people find themselves so personally offended.
Yeah, and I don't mean this in any sort of bad way or negative way, just from a factual perspective or a numbers perspective. It seems to be a higher case in the Black community.
What seems to
per
be a higher
capita,
case?
that toleration of acting the fool, of doing the bad things.
I don't think
I would summarily disagree with that, because when we look at people that are in these groups, these terroristic groups, those numbers alone in that community outshine the whole entire Black community, good and bad. So the point that I was making is that people in and of themselves have an individual decision to which portions that they're going to tap into and when. And that's how these conversations, right, keep getting dragged back into a racial perspective. Well,
but
this group has more than this one. This group has more than that one. Everybody has those tendencies. That's a factual statement from a psychological perspective.
Yeah, and I grew up in downtown Los Angeles. There's no people who don't like it. It doesn't matter what their skin color is. I've grown up with all kinds. There's been thugs, both white and black, brown ones, when I was growing up in school, and they're all the same. And they hang out with each other. And the people that don't like it don't fuck with those people because they don't want to get arrested. They don't want to get shot. So it's not a black. There may be more people who are black that have that mentality, but that doesn't mean the whole community likes it.
No, I don't. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying why is it? What's the solution to this to continue letting this go on?
we as a whole of our people got to stop buying into what the society is selling us. That's the biggest thing. Like you saying it happens most of it. It doesn't, but it's what's propagandized. It's what they show. It's what they see. Like it's in the TV shows and this and that. But I'm in Memphis, bro, and we already know Memphis is probably. But I can bring you to my neighborhood in Whitehaven. Everybody on my block got blue lights. Most of the people in our neighborhood got blue. It's only a small subset of people that's getting the most notoriety. It's not
right.
like that's what I think that's what the world is not. That's what the world got to understand. When it comes to our culture, bro, like it's only a small people, but they're the ones that's getting the most notoriety. Most black men are not in jail.
Yeah,
most black men are not drug dealers. Most black men are not. But that's what's propagandized.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like
the problem is that's what we're seeing, and yes, some of that is because of media, and that's. What do you mean? No, you don't think it's because of media that what
am I wrong for what I said, Miss Sarah?
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, let me know. You know, I can be wrong now.
No,
I don't think you are.
I'm just saying to the solutions, right? Everybody keeps focusing on the problem. What I gave you was a solution. First of all, each individual has to realize what aggression is. It doesn't have anything to do with what race you are. So things are propagandized because people give it the credence to say, "Oh, well, this is what everybody needs to see." That's not the case. The case is people need to learn how to manage their anger, their fear, their emotional control and responses. When we sit there and we're having conversations like this and it delineates into race, that is the propaganda that keeps the machine going.
No, I'm not saying it from a propaganda perspective, though. I'm saying it from like I said beginning, if you're brought up in a culture and raised in that culture and taught that culture, and that culture is promoted to you and pushed on you for most of your young life, you are more than likely going to fall into that culture.
Right. And what I'm saying is the culture is assigning race to attributions of the human psyche.
That's a fact.
I agree with that. I agree with that. What you're talking about is human nature as a whole. Okay, I definitely agree with that.
Right. So the culture is to assign more blame to one group of people for the color of their skin, to coddle another group of people for the color of their skin, to put these people against each other so that one feels that they are better than the other, instead of just simply acknowledging that this is a human behavior and we all have to regulate that. That's the point. This is when people need to understand that their responsibility in spreading the culture and the propaganda and the message, even if it's not their intention.
So I see probably the better way to go forward with conversations like this is, instead of dressing it as black community, white community, all that, is just address it as the human nature. This sort of behavior
exactly
is the worst of human nature, and it needs to be put to bed.
But you don't think the numbers show that the statistics show that human nature, if that's the word you want to use, is more prevalent in one culture or one community versus another?
Well, I think if we're going to try and fix it, instead of assigning stuff like that, you could just say, hey, there's a murder happening here. Let's go fucking deal with that.
Well, I agree with you 100%. That would be the way to deal with it. The problem is that they're not.
Hold on, wait. Let's let everybody get their thoughts out. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let everybody get their thoughts out, because I'm cutting each other off, because I'm actually finally now able to listen to the conversation. Go ahead.
I mean, if I kind of agree with her, because I agree with Miss Sale, because at the end of the day, with the way she's going, is what I've been saying. All of us are the same. So the way she's going is going to break down, in so many words, the social elitists, because the people at the top with all the money and all the power do the same things and act the same way like the people at the bottom that's broke. We're all the same, instead of just putting certain type of, because when, like, example, when let's say a racist white person was to say something bad about my culture, I can say the same thing about yours. Y'all are the most people who incest, and you get what I'm saying? Like, it's certain stereotypes out there that I could say about them, but at the end of the day, the same stereotype that go on in their culture goes on in ours. The same shit that goes on in our culture goes on in y'all culture. It's the same thing. It just, like she said, stop paying. I just tell people stop paying attention into what society and the propaganda is trying to tell you. They're coercing you. The fact that they got to push it on you means it's not right and it's not natural.
Hold on a
but I'm
second,
not
because let
basing
me
things
hold
off
on a
propaganda.
second. Hold on a second. Be Sneezy. Let me read your comment. You said, exactly. Sit down if you can't answer why the smallest population of people on the earth are the most exonerated. Check.
Well, they're not the smallest
now
population.
I got this, bad dog.
All right.
So let's talk about how the majority in America is the smallest in the global population. Be so for real. If we're looking at statistics, let's start really evaluating from a critical standpoint why each individual crime is then broken down into demographics. Is it to sell you something? Is it to psychologically mind fuck you to believe one thing over another? Because the reality is murder is a problem in America. That same problem does not exist in the Netherlands. It doesn't exist in the EU or the UAE. It doesn't exist in Australia, down under. It's right here in the United States of America. And we could really take it deeper to the people that started America being the outcast from the British society, the smallest population. So let's not do that, and let's just have an honest conversation. Like, I can't stand people with these fucking ego trips like, oh my God, you're the center of the fucking world. Are you serious? This is the problem. Everybody wants to be so fucking right, and nobody just wants to have an honest conversation.
Agreed.
Hey, Almond. And that's ultimately the problem. People always want to explain to people predicated upon race as if their race has the best history and reputation. Shall we talk about the Spanish Inquisition? Shall we talk about the Salem witch trials? Shall we talk about Tulsa? Shall we talk about a lot of things? Like, please.
Dude, the white people have some of the worst history of the world.
Oh yeah,
that's obvious and
Crusades,
factual.
freaking.
I mean,
When you say when.
But that's kind of natural though. Like I don't fault. They use that term, but that's what happens when you try to conquer a civilization to expand your kingdom. You're gonna have to do some degenerate or genocidal shit.
right.
Yeah, and that is
So
literally the
if that's
history of the
Finally
world
back.
too, which makes us all the same again, because every fucking race that's ever come to power, every culture, every country, they've done terrible shit. Okay, the Europeans are probably the most recent, conquering the world with the massive navy and enslaving populations left and right. Like this isn't unique to one group of people. This has been happening forever since the beginning of time began.
Right, and that's exactly my point. So the point is not the race. While people are trying to do checks and balances on racial demographics and statistics, the point is, as I initially said, about the aggression and people's level of indulgence in said aggression and how that negatively impacts and affects a global economy. But I forgot I'm a Black woman, so I need to be explained to the topics that I am bringing forth, because that happens to be something that makes the people feel uncomfortable. And again, the propaganda continues. Bye, babe. You know my patience is over it.
All right, well, we're gonna continue with the video.
Hey, your wife is probably one of the only women outside of women that I know in the panels that I kind of agree with when she talk.
That's because people are not trying to elevate their conversation, and then eventually your patience starts wearing thin when people get to saying some things. But it's
Why
understandable.
you guys all pissing her off? I'm trying to have a decent conversation. Everybody else pissing everybody else off. Stop it.
You know why? Because it's literally
It's deflection.
Thank you. That's exactly what it is. But let's continue because I do want to get through these text messages. All right, quick. Where is my?
I just want to see them text messages because this is crazy.
Oh yeah, here they go.
When he was told yes, his friend responded, "You got the poker? Yeah, I might have to toss it."
So he was a knife wielding, gun toting, drug dealing, robbing, home wrecking, destructive 15-year-old. And again, this is in 2023. This is when
he carried throwaway. He said you might have to toss it. That's a throwaway.
Yeah.
Replied Anthony. Prosecutors say Anthony admitted to stealing a watch and earbuds in separate burglaries in Collin County, and also to bringing a weapon onto a Frisco school campus, saying this about his girlfriend. "She went in my bag to get my computer, and I said no, and she still went in it and grabbed it, and my gun and my knife and some."
So in 2025, he was 17, right? In 2024, that would put him around 16, right?
That's right.
Oh, okay. So he had a gun and a knife, and some other stuff fell out. This is what he had on the school grounds. And these people who disagree and support Karmelo still believe that he's a good kid.
He had that gun to protect himself. That's what they said. He had that knife to protect himself. That's what they said.
Why so I cuss you out? So let me ask you this question, why so? Why does a 16-year-old need a gun and a knife on the school campus in Frisco? In Frisco, let me make sure I got that understood. In Frisco,
he doesn't.
So if a 16-year-old kid is carrying a gun and a knife at school, does that make him a threat?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay, cool. Let's continue.
Now I was just going out what Tasman was saying. You know,
that's why I told Taz he was full of shit. But anyway, let's continue.
Fell out. There are numerous unreleased photos and videos of Anthony holding firearms and making threats. And authorities found a note on Anthony's phone with a long list of disturbing racial tropes and slurs about blacks, whites, and Hispanics.
So wait a minute. Pause. Karmelo, he was saying degenerative, crazy, negative shit about. So does that mean that Karmelo is a conservative? So is now all the people about to change on him? I want everyone who has a problem with black people saying that crazy things or telling the truth about degenerative black people. Y'all know Karmelo was saying the same shit that conservatives were saying, right? So now are y'all about to stop supporting him?
I just want to voted for Donald Trump too.
Listen.
Oh, if he did, they would stop supporting him in a heartbeat. That's how silly they are.
So let me make sure I got this clear, because Karmelo Anthony was saying crazy shit about black people in front of white people in a majority white town in Frisco, Texas, right? Does that make him a coon? Uh-oh. Taz, Freezy, Sharon. Now I'm saying names. Those of y'all that like to milk this race bait thing, you know, because coons only talk about, because coons only talk about black people in front of white people. Does that make Karmelo a coon too? Or because he wasn't getting money? I guess the money is the factor that makes you a coon. Go ahead, Bad Duck.
The wild part is that the only people talking about race out there and making everything about race and screaming names and at everybody are the fucking liberals that say they're against it, and they're the only ones bringing this shit up. It's not the conservatives out here saying this. It's not the conservatives trying to put you back in chains. It's the freaking liberals that you all are voting for, and it's the liberals within inside all of you that are talking that keep bringing up race, that keep making it an issue. It's not the conservatives.
All right.
So if anybody's freaking coons, it's the goddamn liberals.
Uh-oh. You can't say that, Bad Duck. You're a white man. You can't
I don't
call
give a
black
shit. I'll say truth all day long. You know that. And I'm 1% black, so I can say whatever the hell I want.
All right, let's continue.
In one message thread, prosecutors say Anthony wrote, "I hate gay people."
Damn, not only he hated gay people too.
Damn, he's a bigot too.
Damn, he a real conservative. He hate gay people. Jesus.
Prosecutors say Anthony repeatedly threatened to murder his girlfriend in text messages, some of them saying, "How many bullets you want coming out of your chest?" and "I'm going to get you," expletive. He also threatened her with a knife in one message and told her in another, "When I stab somebody, I'm going to lick their blood off the blade."
Prosecutors trying to be romantic and shit. That's all he was doing.
He was being romantic?
Yeah, he's going to lick the blade off the tip. Or
Being just stupid as fuck kid is what he was doing. Being no romantic. He's just being a dumbass.
Damn.
And he
you know, here's the thing people don't realize. They can go all day long and go, "Oh, he had such stellar grades. Oh, he was an awesome student. He's so smart." Just because you got good grades does not mean you are smart.
Yeah. Have you seen the education?
You can still be the stupidest son of a bitch. In fact, I've met more doctors and lawyers that are just outright can't even operate in normal society because they are such dumbasses. But, you know, from reading and studying and learning that specific thing, they're doing okay with that stuff. But, yeah, it's just fucking people. I hate people. I hate them all. Every one of them.
So here's what I want to point to, right? Because we still got to deal with this whole good kid angle, right? And how it becomes that they're trying to use it as a shield instead of a description. And in this whole entire cavalcade of about these allegations of him and his character and all these things that was presented by the prosecutors during the post-trial hearing, and these are the things that described him as who he was, right? So for all of the people who were supporting Karmelo, do you think that they purposely defended this kid without knowing the truth, and they tried to outcast others without knowing the full truth? Or do you think that they just did it only because he was black and you need to follow because of that?
Well, I think that there's an old saying in freaking the big media culture. I heard this from somebody. If you're not first, then you're like, it's something bad. I don't remember, but you have to be first to it, even if you take the risk of being wrong. So I think these people just jumped the gun without knowing what they were getting into, just so they could be the one that broke the story. Because if they're right that it's racism, then they were the first ones. They're the ones with the credibility. They're the ones with the most views and the most money.
I don't even think they're that smart, dude. I don't even give them that much credit.
Well, you assume you're conflating intelligence with a pattern of behavior. They're basically repeating what has worked previously in the past. Like,
yeah,
never minding that there's been so many more failures than there's ever been successes in that particular field.
Look, here's the thing that they've seen that people can make money off of it.
Yes.
Whether it's right or wrong, and that's what they do.
Yeah,
They
never
go try
mind
to make money off of it.
the
Never
tens of
mind.
thousands of streamers that never made
Yep.
it. They follow the ones that did, and so they just emulate it. They're not
Yeah.
smart.
No, they're not
It's just
smart. They're just content farming and looking for anything that they can get clicks from. I mean, that's all it is. It has nothing to do with intelligence. Now, the problem is that most of these are still the same people that, you know, would still say Biden was a great president, or Carmelo make a great president, or whatever the hell, or Camellia, or whatever the hell her name was. They're just not bright people. They got nothing else. Let's go content farm somebody else. They see one person do it, they're going to steal it, try to get some clicks. That's
so
all it is.
there's the answer to your question. So
show me
What y'all talking
the
about now?
money. I need to get him to get that GIF. I need some more Cuba in my life.
no concern for being right, just for being first.
Exactly. Or they just doesn't matter. They're just trying to spread their game, their culture, you know, this is the culture we're going to go with. We were told to go with this culture. We believe, you know, the sheep master who said to do this, and so that's what we're going to do. We're not going to think about it. We're not going to use any sort of critical thinking skills, and we're just going to, hey, this makes me money. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm just saying what I feel like saying.
I drink chocolate milk every day. Not help it. But what are you guys talking about? I was gone for some time.
White people are stupid, pretty much.
Understandable. You know what?
Usually
I'm
money.
glad that I'm talking to. You know what? I really like the fear. You know what? When it comes to the black community, hopefully, I really don't want him. I don't want his channel taken down because, like, you know, some of his videos are not available. So I have a frustration. I would really like to go back and listen to the moments that matter to me. But when it comes to, like, there seems to be it needs to be an upgrade in conversation and talking, because I feel like black people don't know how to talk even amongst themselves, especially taking in ideas that they're not comfortable with talking about, especially with coming in with mindset like we're doing right here to understand one another and actually come to a common ground. But it's like when it comes to, you know, actually understanding white people, black people believe that they are so equipped already with the understanding of white people that they end up missing the point that white people are human. They're going to be flawed. They're going to be messed up. They're not your fairy godparents. And so, like, when it comes to, you know, talking, what you said?
I said white people are the last people they should be.
All right,
putting
my
on
bad. I had to
pedestals.
step away for a second, y'all. My bad. Excuse me. I gotta go get me a drink.
Straight up.
Can y'all hear me?
No.
Yep.
Bitch. Not you, bad duck.
What?
Bitch. Tell me about something you couldn't hear me. Bitch. Anyway, yeah, I had to go get a drink because I seen UVG Trey came in here. So what's up, Trey? What you got?
I'm just hearing. I just jumped in. You know what I'm saying? It sounded like some black bashing was going on for a second, but I just want to.
Oh yeah, it's me. It's me, baby.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
He just got in. Let him get it out. He just got in. Let him get it out.
I just got in, so I'm just
you
trying to hear to see
it's
what's
some
going
black
on.
bash. Is black bashing going on? What do you mean by black bashing?
Oh, it was a narrative, like a generality of all blacks don't understand whites. Like I said, that's just what I was getting into when I just jumped in. So I just want to get a better understanding of where it was coming from.
Okay. What I meant is that black people already have the notion that they understand whites more than whites because, you know, the idea of white privilege, white fragility, all these things. It makes it. Okay, let me just ignore that. It makes it seem as if they know what white people is thinking before they even met them, and that's a flawed reason, because that type of reason have its downs when it comes to anyone interacting with a white person. For instance, like if a white person were to look at a black person's direction, a black person will think that, you know, that white person's racist because the idea that white people are inherently, hold on,
So in other words, black people
hold on,
have
hold on, hold on.
preconceived. Hold on, black people have. Go ahead and get your background together. I'm gonna just mute yourself for 1 minute. So black people have preconceived notions about white people.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
pretty
wouldn't
much.
oh, and once you say that goes both ways?
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, that
Yeah,
can,
man.
that
Oh,
can.
oh,
Yeah.
Well, it does, not just
But
okay,
like,
it
okay.
does.
This is my point. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Trey, you there?
go ahead,
I think his sound cut out. Trey, we can't hear you. I don't want you to think that we're
Trey.
trying to overtalk you. We can't hear you.
Trey, come back to us.
I don't think you can hear us at
Mo.
all.
Trey
Okay,
done blew up.
well, this is the perfect time.
Hold on.
It
Trey,
makes
Trey, if you can't hear me, try going out and coming back in. Well, yeah. If you can hear me, try going out and come back in because we can't hear you at all. I can't hear you. Cooley can't hear you. Bad Duck can't hear you. Five can nobody
Yeah,
hear you if you're talking.
that happened to me
forgive me,
earlier. I
black
had to
people.
leave.
Hold on. Wait.
Forgive
Hold
me,
on. He
black
said,
people, for being racist. Well, pretty much, I'm not really racist towards black people. I just don't like some black people because of their actions. That's all. That's all. It's not coming from a place of true hate. Like I want
so
you. Like
there's three different types of black people. You have black people, you have niggas, and then you got black people who defend what niggas do.
I don't
Trey,
do
can you hear
that.
me now?
To be fair, you have the same, like if somebody's white, you have the same kind of people there
Yes,
too.
Trey.
You have white people that do stupid shit. You have the white people that defend them, and then you have people like me who want nothing to do with either of them.
Gotcha. Trey, can you hear me now? Trey, you got to go out and come back in. Yeah, you got to go out and come back in.
Yeah, you gotta leave the studio altogether, man, and then
He
come
left.
back in.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, there seems. I was trying to say that with the example of progressive pretty much supporting this idea that of the idea that white people are inherently racist and all this stuff and how black people are intersection into this type of stuff. It pretty much, you know, makes black people not that good at talking. They can in some areas, but ultimately, well, not ultimately, but um overall they're not that good at talking, especially
Right.
to their own when their own have a different way of thinking and want to express how they think, and it always the ideas favored that will shoot down the ideas that could benefit their own community, their own
Oh,
people,
come
other
on. We
people.
all we all
Hold on.
know from
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Because Trey just came back. Hold on. I know.
Hey
But
Trey, what's up?
Trey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we don't know what
Yeah.
happened to your sound last go around,
Yeah,
but your sound cut out
I
as
don't
soon as
know neither. That's why.
did you
But
get a phone call?
yeah, probably.
That's why.
Yeah, I
So
did.
when
Okay.
you're on StreamYard on your phone and you get a phone call, you have to leave the studio and come back in.
Okay, bet.
All right, but go ahead.
Now, like I said, I'm getting the gist of what you're saying, right? And this is what I say about all these talking points and all this stuff, right? It's because
Yes.
it's like you're saying the same thing about a certain race that happens in your own race as well. Because y'all disagree just as much as blacks disagree. Like y'all go at each other just as much because
worse.
it's all about because it's all about aligning. And that's all it comes down to. It doesn't matter the race, creed, color, none of that. It matters to an ideology. And if a person don't comes to that ideology, you take it as a defense mechanism. So you retaliate back at them. But we love to say, oh, in the black community, and I get after my people the same way because they be like, oh, it's only us blacks that go at each other, and I'll be like, you don't get out. I know Mexicans that don't like Mexicans. I know whites that don't
Oh
like
my
whites.
gosh. Yeah.
They conflate
But
ideology with
society,
identity. That's the problem.
but society will make you believe that all Mexicans get along. That's why so many people was shocked when it was Mexicans that was voting to get other Mexicans deported because they thought that all Mexicans stick together. That's not the truth.
No,
It happens in
that's
every race.
Yeah.
yeah,
And that's
So
because there
what?
are factors, and there are factors. For instance, for us, the Mexicans are supporting somebody that wants to deport Mexicans is because Mexicans understand that they are respectful and they have a certain degree of respectability, not just to themselves but to other people. And when they come to to America legally, there are Mexicans that don't want any Mexican to come in and support any Mexican because those Mexicans will mess up the benefits and the peace that they have in America and bring all those issues from Mexico or any parts in South America or any part in the world into America that they want to be in due to the fact that they're using their identity and making a narrative some way that they would like to use Mexicans as how they use Black people for any agenda to okay, what I'm trying to say here to push forth a policy. Hold on. To push forth a policy that will bring in other policies. And so Mexicans don't like other Mexicans, and that's usually because there's factors in it where some Mexicans will mess up other Mexicans because that's just human behavior.
Because dark Mexicans and dark South Americans don't like light South Americans and vice versa.
I don't understand how come every time we always hold on. I don't understand how come every time we're talking about the situations and problems within the Black community, why do we always try to put a fingerprint or put a magnifying glass on other communities?
It's as an example.
Hold on. Let me. I'm okay, because the thing is, it's like you're isolating something that only happens in one community when it happens in multiple communities and it happens all the way around. So it's like if you're going to address the problem, you need to address the problem in the whole, not just a microcosm. That's what happens. Okay, you want to.
Hold on. Go ahead.
You want to address the problems, like I said. Certain things need to be called out. But see, also when you have people that do call it out, right? Because everybody ain't okay with the shootings. Everybody ain't okay with that. Everybody and it's people that speak out. It's people that go out and say we need to stop this. We need to have this. We need to do this. It's people that do that, right?
So let me give you some characteristics. Hold on. Let me give you some characteristics right quick. I rob people. I break into people's houses. I put my hands on women. I carry a gun at a young age. I sell drugs at a young age. I text people and I glorify violence. I'm talking about what I'm gonna do to people, and I've talked about the things that I've done to people already. I have angry issues that's documented, and on top of that, I even go to a whole different place and I continue up these bad behaviors. Would you say I'm a good person?
Are you a good person? No, hold on. I need more context, because what I'm getting at, because it sounds like you're trying to describe Carmelo Anthony. I was
not describing Carmelo Anthony. I was using general. I was using
this is what I'm saying. Listen to what I am saying. Right? I'm telling you how it's coming off. That's it. Right? You said this is not describing Carmelo Anthony, right? Because right. So if I say, and if I do the same general thing, right, and I'll just say, okay, so I call Black people the N-word. I fight Black people.
You're doing everything except answering the question. Hold on. You're doing everything.
This is what I'm saying.
You're doing everything except answering the question.
This is what I'm saying. You said,
am I a good person?
This is the problem.
Am I a good person? It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no question.
It is a yes or no question. What do you mean?
No, it's
not nuanced. No, it's not nuanced.
It is a nuance.
I didn't ask you. Wait, Trey. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask. Wait, Trey. Trey, hold on.
How y'all saying Trey when he asked me?
Trey, hold on.
I know.
You said, wait, stop. Hold on, wait. Dad, look, I got it. So here's my problem, Trey. What more context?
I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know. That's my answer to your question.
Great. Thank you for the answer. Now, what more context do you need? I described a general person. I didn't say what race or what background. I didn't say what culture.
What I'm telling you is, I don't know, because I'm the type of person that need more context to the situation.
Okay, cool.
How that person was raised.
So here, let me give you some more context.
I need more context.
Okay, cool. Let me give you some more context. I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan.
Okay.
I traveled all around the country. And on top of that, I've lived in many different classes of neighborhoods. I am well versed in different societal standards and expectations. So am I a good person?
Based on what you said, no.
Okay. Now go ahead, continue.
No, you're not a good person. And like you said, right? You put more context into it. But people gonna do what they decide to do. And also, it's people that did that started off that way and changed their life around, but still got held to how they were started off.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm saying. There's always nuance to it. That's all I'm saying. I need more context. I'm not just going off surface. I'm not a surface level thinker. I go deep down inside because, like the young lady said, right? Like the young lady said, it's reasons why certain things are the way they are.
Mm-hmm. So now,
that means that. Go ahead.
I thought you was done. Go ahead.
No, I'm just pointing it out. So you go into more context. You said, okay, you done had this type of lifestyle. Person done took you out of this situation, but you still took that same behavior to the next situation. You's a dumbass fuck up. You deserve what comes to you.
Right. So now, because Juan, you didn't have to put it, but Juan kind of went the direction I was going, but I'm not going to go that direction just yet. So let me ask you this question to further elaborate, Trey. Now that you have a general understanding and more context of who I am, let's say you didn't have those context clues, those things that you know about me. You only knew that in this particular situation, I happen to make a bad decision, and I end up suffering consequences that most general people would suffer, which is I would end up behind bars because of the action and decisions that I made. Would you say that that's pretty typical within life? That if you make a bad decision, you're going to suffer the consequences?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Now let's do some more generalities and then add a little bit more nuance. Let's say there's going to be people who are going to critique and also provide comment on the things that I have done without knowing my race. You only know where I came from and what I did. With only knowing those things, is it fair to assume that because of my actions and where I came from, that more than likely I was behaving the way? Is it fair to assume that?
Hold on. So I'm just want to make sure I'm getting what you're saying.
Uh-huh.
You saying based on your growing up, that's why you became that way?
No. Based on where I'm from and who I am and the things that I have done, is it fair to assume that I am the way I am and I'm facing the consequences I'm facing because of where I'm from, who I am, and what I've done?
No.
So then everyone, Trey, this is the only reason I'm saying this, because I find it funny that you say that it was that I'm trying to make this about Karmelo. Actually, I was talking about Austin.
Like I said,
but that's the thing, though. So I'm right with you that everything is a generality. You know what's that movie, baby, you just talking about last night? I want you to close your eyes and imagine this little girl.
The Lincoln Lawyer.
And everything happens to this little girl, and then she's white. I just described to you everything that happens with Austin, because Austin is not an angel. Not only is it documented that he was participating in racist language, he was putting up racial graffiti, that he was using racial language towards students, that he was violent towards students, all this, that, and the other. That still does not mean that he deserved to die. But everybody was willing to say everything about it, which I don't have a problem with.
But it's what I'm saying.
Let me finish. But also, when it comes down to this thing about Karmelo, anytime, and I'm just speaking for myself, anytime I, as a black conservative, say anything about those who are in blind support of Karmelo just because he's black, shows go and prove that everything I've said about Karmelo, which was true, which now we know is definitely true. Well, now y'all know because y'all got the text messages. It's definitely.
But what I'm saying, but see, that's another thing, though, right?
That's the problem, because here's
hold on.
Go ahead.
That's the thing. You said your thing was now y'all got the text messages. What was the context of those text messages?
The context of those text messages that he was violent, he was selling drugs, he was a gun-toting motherfucker, he beat his girl, and he threatened his girl, and on top of that, he didn't like black people, white people, nor Mexicans. He was a crash out.
That's what I'm saying. How do you know all of that about text messages?
Wait, hold on. I couldn't hear what he said. Hold on, Coley. Hold on, Coley.
How do you know all of that about the text messages without the context to the conversation?
Hell no.
Besides the snap, the little snap thing, the little content that they gave you, which was what he said, without the dialogue of the conversation.
What's the context for how many bullets do you want coming out of your chest? What context is that ever okay?
I don't know what the conversation was. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I can't speak on something. Hold on. You asked me a question. My answer is I don't know how the conversation went. Was it shit talking? Was
I
it
punched her. I beat her ass and I punched her in her face. What's the context to that?
okay? I beat her ass and I punched her in her face. When did this happen? How old was he? Because I beat up
2023.
a girl before.
2020.
When I was a kid. So
2023.
that make me a woman beater?
2023.
Like
2023.
context.
2023.
I never touched a
2023.
girl again in my life, and I asked her mother before I could do it. Why? Because that girl was trying to bully me, and she kept hitting me.
Trey,
And my mother told me
2023.
don't hit a girl.
Trey,
Until that day,
2023.
she said if she ain't gonna stop,
Can
you
y'all
hit
hear
her
me?
back.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Trey, 2023.
That's how I talk. Sorry about that.
2023.
Like that.
He stabbed Austin in 2025.
That's what I'm saying. So
wait, can nobody
y'all hear me?
Can anybody
I can hear you. I can hear you. I don't know.
I can hear you.
I can hear
Okay,
you.
cool. So everybody hold on for a second.
I can hear you.
He stabbed
You
Austin.
time out.
He stabbed Austin in
But yeah,
2025.
my apologies if I'm too loud.
No, he can't hear me. He just can't hear me. Trey, can you hear me? No, he can't hear me. Hold on.
I think he has two devices playing. I think he still has it playing on his other device. Come back, Trey.
Trey, if you can hear us, come back. But this is the disingenuous that I'm talking. Hold on. This is the disingenuous that irritates me. You said you need more context, but y'all didn't need more context to say that Austin was a racist. No one knew Austin was a racist until Karmelo killed him.
Huh?
I'm waiting on Trey to wait. I'm waiting on Trey to. No, the only way they knew that Austin was a racist is because after he killed them, then more stuff started coming out. No one had any context. No one had any proof. They just had allegations. So again, this is why I find it funny. No one knew Austin was a racist until he died.
Hey, so can I ask a question? It's gonna be like a grenade
Sure.
in the chat.
Sure.
So, with all these things that we're debating over, at the end of the day, what difference does it make? Like, how does it make it less murder? What happened?
It doesn't make it less more murder. What we're doing is we're exploring the human psyche as to why it is that we gravitate and magnify our biases based on how we feel rather than what it is that we see in front of us. It was an easy thing that we can all come out and say, oh yeah, Karmelo was a nigga just because we want to say Karmelo was a nigga. Or it's easy to say that Austin was a racist and we don't know anything about Austin being a racist. Instead of people just waiting, they just wanted to jump the gun to grift. And in this particular situation, everything I said about Karmelo is true. Everything that's been said about Austin is true. But Austin's not on trial. So it's not about making it less murder. It's that why are people so dumbfounded and drawn to emotional performative outcasting rather than just living in the reality? You understand what I'm saying?
I think there is a study was done on this many years ago. I can't remember who or where or what, but they found that people would rather feel righteous indignation than an orgasm.
I need to read that. Go ahead, baby.
Here's the context. The context is that morning, Karmelo Anthony was threatening his ex-girlfriend's life. The context is he said he was going to stab someone and lick the blade. The context is he said he had no problem being a school shooter, which speaks to him not being a good kid. That has nothing to do with Austin being a racist, Austin being white, Austin being a dog in the mud. Nobody gives a shit. The fact remains is that Karmelo Anthony is not the good kid that y'all wanted to perpetuate in order to get him a lighter sentence. The context is his parents knew that, and they absolutely defrauded the African American community. That's the context.
I wanted to say something. Hello?
Go ahead.
Cooley, why do you always do that?
Okay.
You like you want to say something and then
Because
you say hello instead of just talking.
I heard you, Bill.
Because I don't want to be rude, especially on your husband's panel, ma'am. I'm sorry, and I want to be heard.
Yeah, but if you say can you
Okay.
be heard or can you speak and we say you can, you don't have to say hello as if nobody heard you. We heard you. That's why we're letting you speak. Go ahead, Cooley.
Okay. Okay, so I like to expose myself. I'm biased when it comes to white people, right? I will pretty much be biased if Carmelo was white and Austin was black. But I know that's a flaw of me because one thing about me is that I like truth and I fear God. And so if a white person killed a black person, if they were told 15 times to leave, and if they could have went to other tents bigger and better, or any other tent, regardless of the quality, than the tent that they were in, and they killed the person, not because of self-defense, but because of wanting to do something. And it's usually with the fact that you was told 15 times to leave, meaning that you're right behind Shref left, and you stay there, and literally prompted the notion that if you touch me one more time, see what happened. I would like to fight against my bias for justice to be served, because if I were to be biased with any white person that does any type of evil, whether it's to their own or to someone not of their own, I pretty much is promoting injustice, bias, prejudice, and also snowballing people into hating black people like me or hating anyone that is biased of another group simply because they like that group based on history, achievements, and such forth. And with Trey, as much as he want context, there's nothing, I mean, it can be, but ultimately, when you got a boy that says how many bullets do you want coming out of your chest, I don't think it doesn't matter whether she was, his enemy or not. It's like that doesn't look good. She's not an op, she's not a thug, she's your girlfriend. Like, you can't say that, especially when he was like 17 or 18 years old when he said that. I don't know, but it doesn't look good, Trey. It doesn't look good. I understand context, but you may not get all the context, and maybe you have to provide the context yourself. That is usually based on assumptions. And so with that,
do y'all know this whole time I've been talking on mute? I didn't even realize I had took myself down for a second.
Way to go.
This whole time I've been talking, and I thought I was on the damn screen because I was trying to pull something else up. My bad, y'all. All right, Trey, you back? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So back to what it is that I was saying, right? You said that without nuance and without context, and continue, please.
No, I'm just saying, like, for me, that's how I think, right? I don't just look at the surface level. I can say that, but I also can state that, yes, that shit look bad as fuck. I'm not saying that it don't. I can agree with you. That by itself, them statements by theirself is terrible. Period. I'm not about to say, oh, no, they terrible. But like I said, it's this the thing. This is all I'm saying. Put it all out there, and this is all I've been saying from the jump. Put it all out there. That's what you have a prosecutor, and that's what you have a defense team for. The defense team is supposed to put their story together to go against that, to add more context to that. Why would he say something like that? And if it was to his girlfriend, she is the one that can provide more context to what the conversation was like, what was being said back and forth. She can add more context to it. But to say that, like you said, yeah, you shouldn't say that to no one. I'm not condoning none of that.
So was he a good kid?
I don't know if he was a good kid or not.
So
it comes down. This is what I'm saying. It comes down to a person's belief. What I can feel is a good kid cannot be your understanding of what's a good kid.
Do you think that good kids? Okay. Do you think good kids? Do you think that good kids shoot up the state fair?
Where does shoot up the state fair come in at? This is like where did that come in?
Is this a general question?
And that is coming from.
Hold on. Wait. Do good kids shoot up the state fair? So you just saying, okay?
It's a general question.
No, as a general question, no.
Okay.
As a general question, no.
So if Karmelo Anthony shot up the state fair, would he still be a good kid?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you think good kids carry knives?
Yeah.
Do you think good kids carry weapons?
Yeah.
Do you think there's good kids that carry knives at 15 years old?
Yeah.
Is there good kids at 15 years old who sell drugs?
Yeah.
Is there good kids who use racist language?
Good kids sell drugs?
Hold on, wait.
Yeah. Wait.
Hold on. Wait.
Okay.
Listen.
Like I said,
Do good kids sell drugs?
Mm-hmm.
Are good kids racist?
Yeah, they can be.
All right, cool. So I want to wipe everything off the table outside of under the tent. Do good kids kill people?
Yeah, they can.
Okay, cool. And should they suffer the consequences behind them killing somebody?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And what should those consequences be?
There should be what the consequences are.
Okay, so should there be any uproar or problem about Karmelo Anthony getting 35 years in jail?
Yes, because it wasn't murder. It's different. Just because you kill somebody don't make it murder.
Huh?
He didn't ask if it was murder. He asked.
I just asked if you killed somebody. Hold on, wait. You're adding context to something that I didn't present.
Okay.
I said good.
So no, you said so. Karmelo Anthony getting 35 years. No, he shouldn't have got 35 years.
That's outside. That's outside the context of what I asked. I said, do good kids kill people?
Do good kids kill people?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do good kids murder people?
No.
Okay. So this is my last question, then I'm gonna let y'all have it. Is self-defense murder?
No.
Okay. So George Zimmerman was within his right to kill Trayvon Martin.
Depends on what you defend. Hold on, because you think you got you moment. It's not.
It's not a got you moment. I'm only going with everything that you answered. So good kids. So good kids do good things. Good kids do good things, and good kids do bad things. Good people do good things, and good people do bad things. We can all agree on that. And I don't think that anyone will argue that just as it's just as good as you can be, you can make bad decisions. Just as bad as you can be, you can make good decisions. I'm not one to go argue against that. But when we're talking about self-defense, can self-defense be murder? I'm sorry. And the question of can self-defense be murder? You said no, right?
Can self-defense be murder? No.
Right. Okay. So George Zimmerman argued that it was self-defense, why it is that he had to use lethal force to defend his life against Trayvon Martin. So then he wouldn't be a murderer then, right?
But
he's literally a murderer.
Wait, stop. Coolie cat, hold on. You say he's literally a murderer. Please tell me how he's wait, hold on. Remember, we're not dealing with no context outside of the tent and outside of what happened on the ground.
This listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
You're talking service level stuff, and you're moving because we have to get an understanding and a grounding of.
So now we have to get an understanding. Okay, I'm with you.
I got to get an understanding.
We didn't have to get an understanding when it was a 15-year-old kid selling drugs. We had to get an understanding.
We did. You told me you ain't want to do the understanding. What are you talking about?
I asked you do 15-year-old kids sell drugs and are they good kids? You said yes. Give me more understanding.
Bro, every time I went to say I need more context, you said no context. So I went by what you were saying.
No, because I then asked you. I said kids that sell drugs are good kids, and you said yes. You didn't ask for any context.
I did actually. That's what I'm saying. When he started this off, from the first one he did, you can go back and watch the tape. I always look for context to everything. That's how I think.
Okay, cool.
That's what I'm
talking about in this conversation.
This is what I'm talking about. When I was going into asking for more context, he said no context. We're doing this without context. Yes or no. And I went by those rules. That was the rules that were established.
Okay,
now you coming out and saying that you need more context.
Hold on, Trey. You explained your point. Let her all get in there. Go ahead, baby.
Go ahead.
So when he was asking you the attributes of a good kid, and you were saying yes or no, and I jumped in and asked you again, you did not ask for context. When he said, if you feel self-defense is not murder, then George Zimmerman did not murder Trayvon Martin. Oh no, but then it needs context. That's the point that I was getting to. Thank you for
Okay.
fully hearing me out.
Okay. My apologies, because it sounds like what I responded got taken out of context, right? I didn't say okay. All right.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead. I was just disagreeing with you. Go ahead.
I know you disagree with me. I disagree with what y'all said, but I'll let y'all. I mean, I gave y'all the opportunity to say what y'all need to say out. I didn't say none of that. So let me get the same grace. Now, that's why I came back and say, hold on. Let's get a clarification of what it is, because maybe I didn't understand what you were saying. Now, if you're asking if self-defense is murder, right? And we're saying without context, without any context to it, if it's self-defense, then no, it's not murder. If it's self-defense, no, it's not murder. That's the whole point of the law having a self-defense. That's the whole point of it. So no, it's not murder.
All right, cool. So in the case with Karmelo Anthony, he was pushed.
Okay.
No, here's the difference. I'm gonna rip the band-aid off of it. George Zimmerman, when he was convicted, he was found guilty of committing justifiable homicide due to self-defense. With Karmelo Anthony, when he was convicted of murder. So George Zimmerman is not a murderer, but Karmelo Anthony is a murderer. And Judge Chitty upheld the state's decision for how the case was adjudicated and the conviction that was handed out. Okay. So no matter how you feel about it, in your opinion, your feelings are awesome, but to the letter of the law, Karmelo Anthony is a murderer. So he is not a good kid.
So now let's add in context. With the context,
hold on. Before we get to there, right? Because the way you explained it, right? The way you explained it, and I said this before. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna say what I've been said, based on the law, whether it's fact, whether it's feelings or not. When George Zimmerman actually fired the shot, Trayvon Martin was on top of him, and that is for the self-defense. That's why they gave him what they gave him. When it came to Karmelo Anthony, I never said that Karmelo Anthony wasn't guilty of a crime. I said it wasn't murder. No, he's not a murderer. He's found guilty of murder. He was found guilty of murder.
So he's convicted. He's convicted. That makes him a murderer.
So everybody that's convicted of murder is a murderer?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay, so when they get found,
watch you bring up Trump. Watch you bring up Trump. Watch.
Damn, boy, Trump in your head that much? I ain't had nothing to say about Trump. I'm talking about those who have been convicted of crimes that they didn't commit and got overturned.
Absolutely. And when they get them overturned, are they still that?
So, according to you, yes.
No. When you're found guilty of murder, you're a murderer. When you get exonerated, you're not a murderer no more. That's on paper.
That's on paper. That's what I'm saying. See, this is why context matters, right? Okay. Because I'm going based off your logic without context, right? Your logic was, if you are convicted of murder, then you are a murderer. Even if you didn't commit the crime. Even if you didn't commit the crime, you are a murderer.
Right.
Wait,
and that's my point. Go ahead.
Even if you don't commit the crime?
Even if you don't commit the crime.
So you're trying to say that Trey didn't commit no crime.
No, wait, let him get it out, because he came here to bring us the good news. Karmelo Anthony's conviction has been overturned. He finna tell us when it was overturned. Because he was convicted, and this is America. This is America. So in America, you're innocent until you're proven guilty, and then once you're guilty,
that's a lie.
Are.
But that's a lie. On paper, that's
what's
what it
a lie?
is.
What's a lie?
Hold on.
What's a lie?
So wait, it's
you're
a lie that
you're proven guilty.
That's a lie.
In America.
Was it all right? Cool. So what's the truth?
In America,
yeah. Wait, hold on. What's the truth then? Wait, what's the truth? Yeah, what's the truth?
I can't, and I refuse.
I see y'all can't.
Oh no, we can, but hold on, wait. We can because we can. Hold on, wait, Trey. Trey, I can because I can use that same verse to your content. When it comes minus the context, you still do content. When the numbers is good, you would drive it to the content. That's what means being a content creator, right?
That's what I'm saying. When the numbers are good, I this is what I'm saying. I don't go by if you watch my content and you watch my content.
Absolutely.
I don't go by what everybody else do.
Yeah, when you had all of those Karmelo Anthony supporters in there, you was feeding into what they were saying. You were saying that it seems to me that Austin's a racist.
First of all, go back and check my thing. Go back and check my videos.
Yeah.
Right? When did I say that Austin was a racist? I said that his father. I said that his father. I said his father. See, that's what I'm saying. You're
keep going. Keep going. No, this is gonna get good. Keep going. His father.
Yeah. His father shows racist tendencies. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. So, what context do you have that his father showed racist tendencies? This is about to get good, y'all. Yeah.
Interview.
Okay, cool. Now here, let me give you some wait. Hold on. Let me give you some context. Do you know that Andre Anthony, Karmelo Anthony's father? You know he's a career criminal, right? You know he got okay, cool. So context alone, his father's a criminal. Karmelo got to be a criminal.
Okay, so if that's the case.
Not if. Hold on.
Now you're trying to conflate. You're trying to conflate the two.
I'm not conflating anything.
You are conflating the two.
I'm not conflating anything. When you had all of those people, how come you didn't tell them y'all need not to be calling him a racist because his father has tendencies, but you allowed it? Why? Because it's a grift.
Now, okay. Here's the bigger. Hold on. Because if you, like I said, if you watch my thing,
not while the people that have the channel are speaking, you interrupted, but then you like hold on as soon as somebody else is speaking. That's very crazy to me. That's very crazy to me.
It was all good when what was his name? Watching the world came over there. It was all good, right? Yeah, feed it to. So let me ask you. So y'all was giving context the video and y'all question the video. So it's one can assume that y'all don't even trust the context when the context is given.
Don't trust the context of what?
Because y'all wanted the video and y'all got the video.
Okay, we wanted the video. We wanted the video. And we got the video.
Yes.
And we broke down the video.
Yes.
Right? And we broke down the video.
Yes.
And he was telling his point. And they were telling his point. And I was defending him, saying that he was in the courtroom. He was in the courtroom. He's giving his point. You're giving your point. Allow him to get his point through.
Got you. Now
both can have a conversation.
We got now everybody got their point, but whose point mattered the most? Because the point that mattered the most was the one that was in the video, which was Karmelo. And what did he do in the video? He killed someone. So even with that context of him stabbing someone on video, how can you then turn around and say black people who are conservatives who talk shit about the black community is only doing this for $1 when we're just telling the truth? That Karmelo was a hooligan, he was a hoodlum, he was a nigga, he was behaving the way that niggas behave up under that tent.
Because y'all left out everything about Austin.
What's right there? Okay, but wait, Austin's not on trial. Huh? I'm glad. Get on camera, nigga. Austin's not on trial.
There you go.
Austin's not on trial. What is there? Wait, hold on. Wait, Trey. Wait, hold on. Wait, Trey. Do you know that it's Texas law that you cannot put the dead person on trial? They're the victim. You can't bring up their past. That's Texas law.
You can bring up.
That's Texas law.
Okay.
It's Texas law. You cannot bring up the victim's past. No. I said this a year and a half ago. My wife said it a couple months ago. You cannot bring up the victim's past if that's the law in Texas. Essentially.
Okay.
So we shouldn't even care about what Austin. If Austin,
we shouldn't care about.
Federal rule of evidence number 42.
Hold on, read it, baby. Read it.
Evidence. This is about sexual victims, but still, you can't bring up a victim's past.
It's about what? It's about go to murder trials. Don't talk about sexual victims. Go to murder trials.
First of all, sir, as I was saying, that is federal rule of evidence 412. But I was not finished. But I get it. You think this is your show, so we're gonna go ahead and make you the host. Go ahead.
No, it
You
ain't
go
my
ahead and
show.
host the
It
show.
ain't my
You
show.
go ahead
It
and
ain't my
host the
show.
show.
It ain't
No,
my
no, because
show.
clearly
It
it
ain't
is.
my
Because
show.
whenever people that host
Okay.
the show are speaking, you talking that crazy shit. So you
I'm
host it. You got it.
Most deaf. Hey, sorry, we're not Carmelo supporters here, but I welcome the
I don't
conversation. But
listen. I
please,
don't.
by
Y'all
all
don't welcome.
means,
Y'all don't welcome the conversation. But
no,
I
we do
understand.
welcome the
I'm not a Carmelo
conversation, but
supporter.
it has to be backed by facts, or it has to be backed by logic and intellect. And if you're so, who the fuck is breathing so damn hard?
Me.
God damn it! I'll mute the fuck out of you. Anyway, it's allowed. We welcome everyone here, but the problem is we're not going to do the runaround. We're actually going to deal with what's on the table. What's on the table is that without context, when I told everybody should shut the fuck up about Carmelo. Everybody wanted to run up the numbers, and those who did not agree with Carmelo supporters or those who was conservatives, they got drugged through the mud. They got talked shit about. They got shunned, and everything that we have been saying about Carmelo has come true. So, hold on, wait. My baby's presenting something. Baby, what you got right here? Hold up. Take this down for a second. Take that down right there. Put that up. Permitted use. The evidence may be admissible for another purpose, such as proving or motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. Notice in criminal case. In a criminal case, the prosecutor must provide reasonable notice of any such evidence that the prosecutor intends to offer at trial, so that the defendant has a fair opportunity to meet it. Articulate that in the notice the permitted purpose for which the prosecutor intends to offer the evidence and the reasoning that supports the purpose, and do so in writing before trial or in any form during the trial in the court for good cause, excuses, lack of pretrial notice. Character questions arise in two fundamentally. I don't know if you. All right. Character questions arise in two fundamentally different ways. Character may itself be an element of a crime, claim, or defense. A situation of this kind is commonly referred to as a character in issue. Illustrations are the chastity of the victim under a statute specifying her chastity as an element of the crime or seduction. Who the fuck has the goddamn background noise?
That's probably Trey because he don't want to be debunked. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So, or the competency of the driver in the action of the negligently entrusting a motor vehicle to an incompetent driver. No problem of the general relevancy of character evidence is involved, and the present rule therefore has no provision on the subject. The only question relates to allowable methods of proof, as to which see Rule 405. Immediately following, character evidence is susceptible of being used for the purpose of suggesting an inference that the person lost it. That the
I went down to the most pertinent part of this for murder.
Okay, cool.
Just so Trey can be.
So you go ahead and read it because I keep moving it. Go ahead.
Okay. The amendment makes clear that the accused cannot attack the alleged victim's character and yet remains shielded from the disclosure of equally relevant evidence concerning the same character traits of the accused. For example, in a murder case with a claim of self-defense, the accused, to bolster his defense, might offer evidence of the alleged victim's violent disposition. If the government has evidence that the accused has a violent character but is not allowed to offer this evidence as a part of its rebuttal, the jury has only part of the information it needs for an informed assessment of the probabilities as to who was the initial aggressor. This may be the case even if the evidence of the accused's prior violence acts is admitted under Rule 404B, because such evidence can be admitted only for limited purposes and not to show action in conformity with the accused's character on a specific occasion. Thus, the amendment is designed to permit a more balanced presentation of character evidence when an accused chooses to attack the character of an alleged victim. The amendment does not affect the admissibilities of evidence of specific acts of uncharged misconduct offered for a purpose other than proving character under Rule 404B, nor does it affect the standards for proof of character by evidence of other behaviors under Rules 412 and 415, which is why I brought up 412 and 415. It doesn't permit proof just to have it in there for fuck's sake. It has to have a reason. That's the point.
Go ahead.
But go off, Trey. Go ahead.
My bad. My bad if I'm going off. My bad. I don't want that. Ain't how I want to come across. Now, I just want to make sure that I heard you guys properly, right? Because it sounded like to me that you can still admit character evidence. Is that still a possibility to admit character evidence? Like Austin, like Austin telling his friend a week prior to kill someone that was by their bench talking
That
smack.
has nothing to do with why it is that Carmelo stabbed him.
Listen, is
That's
that
nothing to do
allowed
with
to be?
why Carmelo stabbed him.
It's
Okay.
circumstantial, right? So again, because you like to play crazy, and you don't apologize for going off
How am I
because
playing crazy?
that's what you're doing. You going off, right? So anyway, the amendment is consistent with the original intent of the rule, which was to prohibit the circumstantial use of character evidence in civil cases, even where closely related to criminal charges. It's to prohibit circumstantial use. You cannot circumstantially just put something in a case about a victim's character because that's what you want to do. And it was impossible for Karmelo Anthony to know anything about Austin Metcalf and his graffiti of whatever things when he wasn't even in the same vicinity or area. It's inconsequential to the case, which means it's illegal for the defense to bring it up.
I'm confused. I'm so sorry. I don't understand. I'm going to say this. I don't understand because when it comes to
Okay, so
sexual assault and all that stuff,
I never
how
said that all
can
the stuff that they had on Austin was going to come into the trial, nor Carmelo Anthony, because a lot of that stuff
actually
is
I want to talk to Miss
inconsequential
View about this.
to the case.
I
know how the court system goes.
Do you?
What did I just do? How? But this is
Tell your husband that I can
now, all
hear
the
him.
stuff that they got on both of these kids was not
He's
going
on
to enter
mute.
that trial.
That's
Can
why
anybody
you
hear me
don't
now?
realize. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I'll say Mike muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Go out and come
Hello,
back in.
can you hear me?
Go out and come back in.
Yes, Trey.
Yeah. So the only did Carmelo know anything about Austin?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does. It does matter.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, Bad Duck.
Well,
Hold
I
on.
mean, only in the aspect that it would maybe it would raise it from murder one up.
When you get a phone call, that's why your sound go out. So, Bad Duck, it does matter. If Carmelo knew about Austin's past, he might have an argument for self-defense. Because now you can say, yeah, man, I knew that nigga was crazy, bro. He was violent. He was man, look, the things I heard about him, all this, that, and the other. But he didn't know him.
Not at that force level.
But here's the problem. You know what his supporters have been saying since day one? They never knew each other. That's what his supporters were saying since day one. They never knew each other.
Since day one.
So
Making Austin sound like a bully and stuff.
If Carmelo did not know that Austin was a racist, why are we talking about Austin possibly or is a racist? Why are we talking about it? Because no one would have known that Austin was a racist had he not been killed. Nobody would have known that Carmelo was running around with a gun at 15 years old had he not killed someone.
So, as I said, evidence that Austin physically confronted or pushed Karmelo during the incident, that was directly relevant to self-defense. It speaks to the gentleman agreement, right? What they really were doing was having a discussion about the 404 rule, okay? Because proper reputation or opinion testimony about Austin's aggression, that might have been something that also was admissible to support a first aggressor theory, but unrelated racist graffiti, disciplinary incidents, or other specific past misconduct would not automatically be admissible simply to demonstrate that Austin was a bad person. The defense would have had to establish a non-character purpose, such as motive, hostility, intent, Carmelo's reasonable perception of danger, or a clarification of Austin's conduct during the confrontation, which means them bringing up anything without doing that and passing the 404 rule would make it inadmissible and illegal.
That's the whole reason the court has these rules, is because then you'd wind up having arguments just like this in the courtroom. You'd bring unknown information like unknown to the people involved in the crime at the time, into the court and using that as evidence when that wasn't even in play between these two individuals. That's why they don't allow it to be considered.
Well, fives, there's a deeper reason they don't allow it to be considered, right? Because they have this thing called victim blaming. We can't say that the girl was definitely raped because she has a past of being a sexually promiscuous woman. What we can talk about is the fact that she was raped. Grand example of that would be the Diddy case, which what happened with Cassie. So what if Cassie fucked 500 dudes? She was being forced to have sex with people she didn't want to have sex with. So now you can't admit into evidence that, oh, she did this and she did that. Well, none of that matters. So even in the same consequence, what we're talking about in this situation, like what Ross said, like we've been saying since the beginning, so what if Austin was a racist? No one would have known that if Karmelo didn't kill him.
And there's a lot of things that are being considered in this conversation that shouldn't be. It's really just a simple question of whether a murder was committed or not. It doesn't matter who did it or why they did it. That the idea that why is even posed as a question for murder, who cares? Did you fucking go into the thing and do the thing? The answer is yes, cool. Done deal. It's as simple as that.
Right, context is not needed for that. Did he
it is
stab
not,
him? Yes,
because murder
he's
does
dead.
not ask that question. There's a statute that's pretty fucking short for first degree murder. All you have to do is prove that there was intent for this person to go over there and kill this motherfucker. That's it. And we can establish intent by what he did. He was waiting here. He went directly to this place when he could have gone anywhere else. There's all these text messages. He was in the tent for 10 seconds, and the time that he was there, he stabbed and killed a motherfucker. Seems like intent to me. Now we can't go inside of his head.
He was in the tent for longer than 10 seconds before that even transpired.
Yeah, but he was in there for
Okay,
like
let me
10
ask
seconds,
you.
the plus the truck and all that stuff.
No, F all that. Let me just rip the Band-Aid off. Why is it so important to you that this case be labeled as a self-defense?
I'm not saying it was self-defense as far as he's not guilty of a crime.
Did you listen to the question? She said, "Why is it?" She said, "Why is it important to you that this case be labeled other than what it is labeled?"
Because it's my belief it wasn't murder.
Well,
okay.
If it's not murder,
hold
then
on.
what is it?
Wait. Then you should have made it your business to show up for jury duty, because he could have used the juror like you on that jury. But in America,
okay, I'm not in Texas.
Right, but in America, what we do is we let people get judged by a jury of their peers. And even though the state did not meet the burden of proof of murder for you, the 12 people and the alternates that were in charge of making judgment on this case, they met the burden of proof for murder for them. So Karmelo Anthony is a murderer. And when it comes down to the appellate circuit, the first avenue that they've gone down, they got the judge recused, and an alternate judge looked at the case, the whole thing, even the things we still are not able to see, and upheld the state's position, which means it's going to be very unlikely for Karmelo Anthony to proceed in the next steps in the appellate court, because they are most likely going to come back with the same decision. So this is his plight right now. He can appeal it, sure. And if he is innocent, then maybe one day it'll get overturned. But as it stands right now, it's not looking too good. And I think that's the part that really has a lot of y'all upset. Y'all put all y'all hope behind this because you wanted it to be okay that that young boy killed that white boy. Period.
I think people misunderstand the purpose of the appeals. It's not to take a second look at whether or not the person did it. The appellate court reviews all the procedure that the previous court had done to make sure that everything, all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed. They're not looking to reassess the murder. They're looking to make sure that everything was done correctly. Because you can't overturn a jury's ruling unless they find some flaw in how the ruling was found. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's why We don't know the exact reason why the trial got denied, or the retrial got denied, but that's one of the things that one could assume or rather infer, because this is a jury's decision. Now, if he did grant a retrial, there's a danger there. There's actually a multitude of dangers. One, he can get more time, he can get the max time, or the judge can make a decision on it. It won't have to be up to a jury. It could be a judge's decision. So this is why I even said a long time ago, if y'all are going to get this boy more time, y'all should be happy with the 35 that he got. He got off.
Get him a needle.
They could have get. Well, he wasn't eligible enough for he wasn't eligible for the death penalty because he wasn't old enough when he committed the crime.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean,
But he can still get 99.
He could still get 99. What's going on, No Chaser? Trey, was you trying to say something?
I'm saying, like, for one, the whole y'all, I'm not upset either which way. It don't bother me just one bit. Now, what I can say is you are correct. You are correct. And I told people that plenty of times too. It could be worse. It could be worse. And that's what he's facing. And that isn't something that you should really want to do if you're not sure that you can get less time. Because he wasn't hit with all the time, so he can get more time if he's reconvicted. So it's not no, oh yeah, he gonna get off because he get a new trial. That's not no guarantee. That's not no guarantee. Now, the reason why I feel like they convicted him, it wasn't because they showed intent, because they didn't show enough for intent. They convinced that jury, which they did a very good job of, and they was able to do it without bringing in character references to Austin and his behavior, that Karmelo Anthony was the aggressor. And if you are the aggressor, then you are not allowed self-defense. Now, you can be allowed self-defense, but also it's improper self-defense. So, okay, yeah, he defended himself, but he didn't defend himself properly. Now, murder is to show intent. Oh, just because he went over there to that tent, okay, his friend called him over there. He was talking to a friend. He made small talk with someone else. Austin and Hunter talked to. Okay, go ahead.
Let him finish.
Because that's not. That's not.
Listen. Go ahead. No, I don't have nothing else to say. Like it's. Hey, look. Like I said, right? I don't believe it was murder, but he was convicted of murder. So yes, factually, he is a convicted murderer. No argument there. I don't have no argument. He is a convicted murderer, whether I believe he murdered someone or not. He's a convicted murderer.
You seem to be hung up on this idea that the only intent that you're counting is when he walked over and sat in that tent to begin with. That's not really.
But you didn't let me
not
finish.
when the intent. That's not when the intent was. The intent was when he pulled that knife out of his pocket or bag and swung it to stab him in the chest. That's the intent.
How about this? How about this?
That's not the intent, though. But go ahead.
Okay.
Texas Penal Code doesn't require intent for murder.
Thank you.
Okay.
So you're hung up on this whole intent thing, and that's cool, right? And if you don't care, you're putting a lot of emotion into your posit on this conversation. So, you might want to take that into consideration as well. Yeah. But intent is not required for that. So what's required is the actions of the event, and the actions of the event qualified it for murder.
What qualified it for murder was when they put that stipulation in that you can't be the provocateur and then claim self-defense. That's what qualified it for murder.
Time out. Is that a new stipulation? Is that a new stipulation or old stipulation?
And turn your camera off because you're showing
too much. Turn your camera off. You're showing way too much. Turn your camera off.
I was gonna say that.
We don't want to see your ass, dog. So yeah, my question was, is that a new thing, or is that an old thing that a provocateur cannot claim self-defense? His device is disconnected. Trey, your device. Oh, okay, cool.
That sounds old to me. It wouldn't make any sense if I pick a fight.
It's been there since the beginning of Dawn.
Yeah, if I pick a fight with somebody and then they hit me and I shoot them, well, I kind of initiated that whole event to begin with.
Absolutely.
And there's other stipulations too. Like if I get shoved and I'm getting ganged up on, like people are forcing me out of an area as opposed to like trying to kill me, like pushing me out of area, I don't have grounds to pull out a lethal weapon and use it. I could fucking run. I could do any number of things, but there's rules about lethal force. That's why so many people, when they shoot people, they get in fucking trouble because they don't understand how the law works. You can't just shoot people.
Dead man don't tell tales. They don't.
That's true, but no, you're 100% right. But yeah, when you don't have force justification, you're the one in trouble.
Which is why my argument with firearms is always it doesn't exist unless it has to be fucking used to protect somebody. You never threaten anybody with it. You never show it off.
No. Exactly.
Well, you never defer to it. And I think that's what Raw was bringing up when she said it was intent when he went to that bag. That's intent. It's so many different things of intent. He brought the knife.
Threat too.
Yeah, he brought the knife. He was asked multiple times to leave. He was taunting people, threatening people, warning people, however it is that you want to call it. And then he deferred to the bag. Is that what you said, baby?
Yep.
So how many other different forms of intent? Oh, exactly, Bad Duck. But Bad Duck, watch this. It's not intent because why? This is what I don't understand. I don't understand this shit. So if I Bad Duck, if I come into if you say, hey Sal, come check out, oh there you go. If you say, hey Sal, come check out my new Warhammer setup, and I say, all right, cool, I'm coming to check out your new Warhammer setup, and I walk into your house and I got a baggie of dope on me. Did I have an intent to sell you that baggie of dope or to use that baggie of dope? I just got a bag of dope on me, right?
Young nigga, boo that dope. Young nigga, boo that dope.
Edelman said, what are y'all talking about? We're talking about the good
About
black
your mom.
kid label. We're talking about the good black kid label. My why idea is that people keep trying to label. Why do people want to label Karmelo Anthony as a good kid, and when he showed every example as to why he's not a good kid, and why do we keep excusing that fact? And when it comes to masculinity and parenting and all this, that, and the other things that we talk about, why is that people keep overlooking the very loud aspects of bad traits and characteristics just because we don't want to say the truth and we want to coddle everyone's feelings and make them comfortable and exist within their delusions of grandeur? I'm sorry, now I just went on a rant right there. My bad. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, you did. Eaterman, I'm already the designated derailer on this panel, so you don't need to bother coming up.
Okay, I would like to say something. You did all this in like a span of 10 seconds. Like,
you said what?
Like,
Jesus Christ.
Like Carmelo, like, okay, he went in there, he fucked up, all this stuff, become belligerent. He was told 15 times to leave in a span of 10 seconds, pushed up, stab, got out of there. That all happened in 10 seconds?
No, it wasn't 10 seconds.
10 and a half.
Of course it wasn't 10 seconds. Like, where are y'all getting this 10 seconds from? Jesus Christ, y'all are killing me.
Because like he shoved and then he stabbed and then he got out there and went down there in 10 seconds. So it's like, how long did all that before the shove and the stabbing? Like, was it a minute or two or?
Karmelo entered the tent, and then 2 minutes later, Austin was stabbed. He says, interesting. Based on that logic, no good people out there. Everyone has done some bad before. Fact.
There's none that does good. No, not one.
So then, all right, cool. Now, Eaterman, question. If there's no such thing as a good person, if there's no such thing as a good person, why is it being pushed off onto others that Karmelo is a good kid and you can't question that?
Because I do what the hell I want to do. That's why. With cigarettes.
Right.
So we sidestep truth. We sidestep accountability. We sidestep intellect. We sidestep logic. All because why? Because Carmelo's black?
Well, and can I ask a question that's inflammatory?
Yeah, go ahead.
Caveat of that. I'll be the asshole that asks the question. How would people feel if the roles were reversed? If there was a white kid that stabbed a black kid in the tent?
They wouldn't give a damn because don't nobody give a fuck about a dead white man, especially a dead white racist man. But they wouldn't know that he was a dead white racist man if he wouldn't have got stabbed. So the only thing they would know that he's a dead white man. And black people, specifically niggas, don't give a fuck about white people. And black people specifically don't give a fuck about white people. White people don't care about white people. No one cares about white people. The white people don't care about black people.
And I only asked the question just because I know somebody's thinking it. I personally
We live free, rent free in your head.
A murderer is a murderer is a murderer. I don't care what they are.
What would have happened? What would have happened is the people that's on Karmelo's side would have been on the other side.
That's a lie.
Yeah, I don't care if the kid that got murdered was fucking black, white, yellow, pink, purple. I don't give a shit. I don't like murderers. I don't like killers. There's no reason to fucking take a life.
So wait a minute.
Stupid shit.
Wait a minute, Trey. Are you saying that if the roles were reversed and Austin had killed Trey the same exact way, that Black Panther would be standing up for him right now? Because that's what you just said.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, what I'm telling
If Karmelo was white,
if
Karmelo
was the victim, if Karmelo was the victim and Austin was the killer, if Karmelo was the victim and Austin was the killer, and all the stuff came out about Austin that came out about Karmelo, and all the stuff that came out about like vice versa, you switch everything around, their whole history, and you switch everything around and you switch the race around. The same black people that are standing behind Karmelo right now will be the same black people that will be standing behind Karmelo if he was the victim.
Dude,
and the same people that is okay.
Here's the thing.
Wait a minute. Can you repeat that question again? I'm sorry.
Hold on, Cooley. Here's a better question. Because if we just switch the roles, then we already know what it would be. It would be the continuation of propaganda and a race war. How about this? What about if Karmelo was white and Austin was white?
Yeah,
what about if Karmelo was right? What about if Karmelo was black and Austin was black?
It would had about 10 minutes of media time.
Yeah, nobody.
The only reason,
right? So that's my point. But hold on. But that's my point. That's my point. That's my point. Society has made it a thing. They ain't never told you that this crime was about race. Just like they ain't never told you that Rick Child's case was about race. Or 50 million of these other cases that you hear is about race. Society as a whole turns it into a race war. At what point did they tell you Karmelo killed Austin because he was a white boy? I'm gonna wait for that shit. Nobody never told y'all that. At what point did y'all get told that Austin told Karmelo to get out because he was black, when there was 50 million other kids underneath the tent that were black and Hispanic? Like, be so fucking for real.
I don't know if I agree with you on that, Cass. That the whole society would immediately go to race. I don't think that's saying everybody on this planet or in our country is racist.
I didn't say the whole society. I said society. It is society that has taken this case from a case where two young kids got involved in a tragedy on the track field to a race war. Even both families told you. Karmelo
there's people in either society that have done that.
Hold on, bad dog.
But that's the point. Society is who drove that narrative. Both fathers told y'all this shit was not about race. One father, the father who lost his child, even went further still to go and extend an olive branch to pray with these people, and they turned it into a thing because the people around them told them that it's race. Oh, because you're black, you're not going to get a fair trial. Oh, we have to hype this up in the media. This was never about race. So I'm sick and tired of everybody trying to have the conversation based around race. That's not what this is. Y'all are all crazy people.
Somebody got a radio or something playing?
Sounds like it.
All right, cool. Let's continue right quick. Where is my screen with this one? There we go.
To murder his girlfriend in text messages. Some of them saying, "How many bullets you want coming out of your chest?" and "I'm going to get you," expletive. He also threatened her with a knife in one message and told her in another, "When I stab somebody, I'm going to lick their blood off the blade." Prosecutors and defense attorneys were able to develop these character reports from a combination of school records, police reports, and cell phone extractions. The hearing is expected to end sometime tomorrow. It will resume at 9 a.m. We know that the first defense witness will be the other trial defense attorney, Toby Shook. In McKinney.
So, even though that's the last of the message, my whole point is this, man. Right? I just think that it's disgusting that people have been doing nothing but making this whole entire trial about race just so they can be able to grift off of it. I think a lot of people have found that, and being that content creators are just disgusting ass people, a lot of people have found a way to pull on the heartstrings of Carmelo supporters. I think if anything, the person there's two victims in this case. One, Austin Metcalf because he's dead, and two, Karmelo Anthony by his own family, his own attorney, and by his supporters. Y'all are milking this boy for everything. Everybody has made money off of Carmelo's name except for Karmelo. His family made money off of him. They spending up the money, running up the check. And when it came down to it, when it was time for that boy to go to jail, then no one stayed there for him. They had to go hurry up and cash that check. But of course, then again, people keep on saying, oh, well, y'all saying the worst of the worst about that boy. Well, guess what? I didn't need the text messages to know that Karmelo was a piece of shit. Karmelo was a piece of shit because of what he did. And that's without this having to be about race. He was just an ain't shit ass nigga, period. And there's no way around that. And for all those who have been beating the drum and sounding the alarm and ringing the bell and blowing through the horn, now that you have these text messages, you won't go back on your own channel and say, hey, yo, this kid Karmelo was really fucked up. I don't know why I was defending this little nigga. Other than the fact that he was black and y'all was throwing money at me for supporting him. Because people won't do it. Because people are stuck behind the blinders of racial identity and gender politics to say that when it comes down to it, when everyone was told maybe you should leave this case alone until all of the facts came out, because now I'm becoming a Karmelo supporter now. Yes, he didn't get a fair trial. I should have had the evidence. I should have known from the trial that he was a drug dealing and using and a gun-toting 15-year-old. I should have known that he had behavioral problems since the age of 6 or 7 years old, where he had to get put into a behavioral facility in Louisiana. I should have known those things. I think the jury should have known those things as well. That he threatened his girlfriend multiple times. That his girlfriend broke up with him. That now we have more reasons as to why why did Karmelo had a knife. He had motive. He just lost his piece of pussy. It wasn't even black pussy. It was Latino pussy. So that Latino pussy, the breakup of that Latino pussy for him was so hard that he was willing to stab anybody that slighted him.
Well, wasn't there a rumor that Austin and her supposedly had something?
Well, put two and two together. He was sitting next. He was sitting in the. Eddie was sitting in the tent. Eddie is Austin's girlfriend's cousin. Who's to say Eddie didn't text Austin say, hey, yo, that nigga over here, man. He been treating my cousin dirty. He been treating my cousin wrong. Talking about he gonna shoot her. Talking about this nigga that took her phone.
I mean,
I think once she recognized who Karmelo was, she was like, oh no, I'm done with this nigga. This nigga crazy. But then to save face, because she didn't want to get backlash from the black community, once he was convicted, that's why she put up that Instagram post. That's why that white girl got beat up inside that bar. Because niggas is looking for any reason to attack white people. They want revengeance for Emmett Till and every black body that was swinging from a tree. So now they're participating in the same racial antics that the damn KKK was participating in when they was killing black people. This was we want a permission slip to kill white people. That's it. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that it would be a funny turn of events that this whole thing stemmed around that. Like Austin picked up his ex, and it was literally a fight about pussy.
A fight, I understand, because people fighting over sexual access, that's understandable, right? But to kill someone about it? All because
it's not funny, haha. It's funny, like it's incredulous. Like you gave your life up for this.
Yes.
She doesn't even want you. She ain't even going to come to prison to visit you.
For what? Because people have made it so hard now to even be close to the Karmelo Anthony family. After all the rhetoric that they've been spewing for the last year and a half, 2 years. Now it's becoming dangerous to even be next to Karmelo because y'all said that this boy was a good kid. And when it comes down to society, we can't just keep labeling everyone a good kid or a good person, especially when y'all celebrate, promote, and glorify the worst. And anyone who then goes against your rhetoric, you said that they're a traitor, or they're not for the black community, or these are the fake blacks. What do you mean fake blacks? And I find it funny that this only happens outside the black. Only black people go on podcasts and talk shit about black people who's telling the truth about black people. Shout out to American First Rifleman with the 440 jewels. It says Uncle Alert, greatly appreciate you. Appreciate your STW for the gold coin. Appreciate you. Almanac 2000 says, so self-defense make them less dead. How does that work? I think that question was for Trey, but Trey got to come off mute. Kevin says everybody started screaming racism until MGTOW took off. That's a fact. Anybody got anything else they want to add to this? No? Okay, cool. No Chase said, what was he doing at the track meet in the first place? If he had no business there, why was he there under someone else's tent, especially without teachers or parents' presence? He was there because he was being a nigga. Appreciate the flow state. Thank you very much.
And couldn't get over the fact that his girlfriend didn't want to be with him. You know, it's pretty typical. Well, it's not typical, but it's like over a girl. Do you know how many lives in the black community is gone or messed up because, oh, you F my B word, or oh my gosh, my girlfriend don't want to be around me? It's like he could have just be on his PlayStation and play his aggression out. Just be like, you know, have a stream or something. Do something. It's so, I hate that, man.
No, Cooley Cat.
Fucking simp instead.
Cooley Cat, it's worse than that because you got to understand, this is only the behavior that he grew up in. This is the environment that he grew up in. And I'm not just talking about in Louisiana. I'm talking about within his home. His behavior speaks to the parenting that he was granted to. His mother and father ain't shit. And it's okay to say that. Now, did they try by putting him in a behavioral facility? Of course. But the end result is not attributed to what it is that they was doing.
Yeah, but how? Like, okay. How the parents look? I don't want to diss the mother, but she kind of remind me of those humanoid Homo sapiens from the Planet of the Apes before, like the 1970s. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She looked good. I think her face is pretty interesting. And then as for the father,
fucking bonobo.
I'm sorry. There's nothing wrong with her. She's still cute. I'm not being racist. I'm sorry. It's just her face remind me of that. There's other people like white people that look like that. But like then his father just looked like a bum. Like he looked like somebody that I know is a bum. And so it's just like maybe there is some nonsense of actions that the parents are participating in, that they are not doing their job, and they just look like a low IQ parents who have, sadly, a low IQ child with behavior issues. I'm sorry, black people, if I sound racist, but and then the wigs that she wears. I'm sorry.
Are you advocating for eugenics? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
No. Well. Okay. Let's be honest. The black genetic pool is not doing well.
Oh my.
We can all say that.
It wasn't me this time. That's all I'm saying is it wasn't me this time. So.
But don't everybody want to better their race? Sometimes you just gotta weed out, the unfortunates, or shall I say, the bad ones, or shall I say the genes that is just not good. Like we can't be the only ones.
I'm not a person who sits back and says, I want the black race to be stronger. I want people to be better.
Yeah, everyone, of course.
Yeah, I hate everybody equally on an individual basis, right? So
that's what I'm talking about.
I live in Wyoming, all right? There ain't no black people around doing the fuck shit. It's all white people, all right? White people. I don't like being around these fucking people either. That's why I moved out to the middle of nowhere. It ain't a race thing. People just fucking suck.
That's kind of misanthropic for you to say, but I agree. Misanthropic, like you hate humanity, or
I mean, Coolio was going kind of like 1939 to 1943
come
there for
on,
a few minutes.
but
Damn.
I'm not being like I'm not being
breeds
racist,
out
but
the weak ones. It lets the
no.
Oh, that's what I was
strong
looking
will
at.
thrive.
Ty, what's his name, baby? The guy whose video's playing, Ty what?
I'm not asking for black people to be light skinned. I just want them to be smart.
Light skin does not mean smart.
I don't know. I'm sorry, but
There's plenty of
just in
examples of
case.
white people out there that prove that skin color does not equal intelligence. Okay?
That's a fact.
Of course.
I live
Same thing to white people. Same thing to everybody. We just don't want stupid people on this planet anymore.
All right, I found it. All right, let's get back to the reaction to the video.
Apply because she was just a teenager. But
what the
could be a thing where even when you're young like that, you have kind of like battered wife syndrome, where you actually mistake that for love and think that this makes you sort of like a Bonnie and Clyde situation. You know, like he's a bad boy, but I still love him. We have our problems. It could have been those kinds of situations. I remember when I was in high school, there were people that had those situations, and we weren't like a therapy culture when I was younger. I was Gen X, so everybody else that just seemed normal. But now, looking back, I can see how toxic that was, and it was kind of the beginnings of being like battered wife syndrome, where you make excuses for the person and try to explain it away and pretend that things are actually better than they are because it's just become your reality. But yeah, I hope this young lady has a better life moving forward and picks better men moving forward as well.
Also, in the 75-page filing, prosecutors say Anthony had previously been accused of stealing his girlfriend's phone, and in October 2024, wrote a to-do list for his girlfriend about how to deal with, quote, weirdos, which included the line, say some slick, like my boyfriend kill people.
Now, I gotta be honest,
I'll be honest with you, right? If my daughter brought home a weird nigga, be like, hey, make sure you remind whole boy that your daddy kills people. I'm not gonna hold that against nobody. Like,
well, isn't stealing your girlfriend's shit something straight out of a DMX song?
That's racist.
Tupac too.
That's racist.
Fuck the bitch and the click you claim.
Fuck the bitch and the click you can't. Yes, it is.
Punching girls in the face.
That's why
prosecutors also.
That's why I fucked your bitch, nigga.
Also found text messages from 2021 between Anthony and another student about robbing someone of $300. There were also text messages where Anthony talks about a fight and punching someone so hard he had to stop fighting.
See, and this goes with what that girl was saying in that particular news interview.
There it is. This is the clip I was looking for.
That I showed you guys the clip of all the time where she's like, I knew him for fighting.
I only know him fighting and stuff, like, you know, but...
Do you know how long I've been looking for this video?
Dude, that's fine, but don't play that dude again.
Why not?
Yeah, he's just...
Dude, why you so gay?
What?
Okay, I would like to say something about that. Well, he's all right. Mr. Michon used him for Nolan Wells, but like I think he's like a Satanist conservative. He's a weird guy.
Oh no.
I'm gonna say it.
Yeah. I'm about to yell at y'all.
He's
I'm about
weird.
to yell at y'all. Now I'm about
Go
to
ahead and yell at me.
I'm just saying, like,
ahead.
look at his thumbnail.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry, but it's
wait,
he looks like that.
we should be because now I gotta challenge y'all. So we should be dismissive of information based on who it comes from, based on their looks.
I never said you should be dismissive. I just said his voice is
No.
I said, yeah, he's just fucking annoying. That was
fine.
it.
That's fine. A lot of y'all are annoying, right? And I could be annoying. My wife tells me every day I'm annoying, right? But does that
I feel like I'm
disregard
having
what it
deja
is?
vu.
Bitch.
You yelled about this before a long time ago.
Fuck you. Joe Butter says, I heard his text messages were them talking about Mortal Kombat and Call of Duty. That's a new one. Oh, that's kind of crazy. But yeah, Why do you have a problem with Ty Guevara? Like, that's a question.
Because his voice annoys the living piss
Okay.
out of me.
Okay.
Because I feel I went back to 1980s through a fake thing that explodes into a gay bar and watched the people fled with
But
a
you
bunch
don't
of
know he's
feathers on
gay.
their head. That's what I feel like.
But you don't know that he's gay.
Dude, I know he's gay.
How do you know he's gay?
Dude.
Hold on, wait. This is
He's
important.
looking
What's
it up.
going on? What's going on, 3-man? But how do you know he's gay?
It's that bullnose
Somewhere
ring
else
where
on
his
that
boyfriend
guy.
hooks up. That's why.
Gotcha. People get piercings all the time, but that doesn't mean that they're gay. Piercings don't make you gay.
Oh, you talking about that white person who just
Okay,
showed up?
let's forget he's
Yeah.
not gay. I don't care if he's gay or not. I'm just
Well,
saying he reminded me of gay people, and that is annoying. His voice was fucking annoying. Plus, he looks like an idiot.
He looks
Has
like
some
an
horrible
emo.
tattoos.
But
He looks like he's going for the emo stage.
Did you get the message?
What, you're annoying?
No. Did you get the message that he was delivering rather than listen to what it is that he
Oh,
was
I heard
saying?
what he said.
Sorta.
So you're dismissive of him because you don't like his voice.
No, I was dismissive of his voice because it was fucking grating on me like chalkboard.
I understand that, but was the okay? So let me ask you a question: if a straight person tells you 2 + 2 is like, hey, yo, bad dog, 2 + 2 is
5.
4. All right, cool. So
fine.
then, if a gay person be like, oh, bad dog, 2 + 2 is 4, is it a lie that 2 + 2 is 4, or is 2 + 2 is 4?
No, it's 5.
Okay, so what's the
Slay
problem?
bitches.
I mean, three-man podcast was on all fours up under Eddie Longstroke, but you know.
Whoa.
Was he wearing a mask?
Whoa. Because I play football.
Wait.
You know what?
Wait. Hold on. New phone, who this? What up, though?
Cellular, it's Ashton, brother. I've been here before.
Oh, yeah, you've been here before. What up, though?
Yeah.
What's
What
happening,
up,
man?
though?
I had to make sure. Like, what the fuck? All right, what's going
God,
on?
we got the white guy on the panel.
All right, we're
Really,
gonna see what's
Gus?
on.
Really?
Are we about to have a white people fight? Oh, this is about to be good. All right, so Ashton, what's going on, man?
Not much, brother. Not much. I was streaming. I was just kind of listening in here in the convo real quick, trying to catch up on speed before I was stopped up in here. So what is the dilemma? Is this like
the dilemma is that Bad Duck does not like gay people?
No,
I mean,
I don't.
like gay people either,
You know that dark-skinned white people don't like light-skinned white people too, right?
I'm joking.
That's true. I know dark skin. I know dark skinned white people don't like light skinned white people. That's true.
You're just jealous of him because he has blue eyes and you don't.
I don't care
I don't
about
have blue
that.
eyes.
Come
My
on,
eyes are
come on,
purple.
just go with the bit.
Just go with the joke. Go with the joke. Just go with the joke.
Mom, who's trying to jump in?
Just go with the joke. You want to be in the same. You want to be in the same position that 3-man was in when it came to Eddie Longstroke. We get it.
Oh my lord.
Hey, nigga, I play football, so I had. You know what? Anything I'm going to say it's going to come off gay. You know,
3-man.
I'm gonna
Just
shut up.
ask Sel. Just ask Sel. Hey, 3-man. Just ask Sel who got his ass knocked out. Whose ass got knocked out? Just ask him that. That'll shut him up.
Oh, you bitch ass motherfucker! Really?
See?
You want to bring
Just
up the
shuts him right
fantastic
up.
shit
Every time.
Oh, you motherfucker! You
got knocked out. Who got knocked out?
Really? So you want to bring up the fantastic shit? Oh, you son of a bitch! Okay, how's that pacemaker?
You got knocked out by
motherfucker.
You got knocked out by Mr. Fantastic. Let that nigga knock you out.
See, that's the shit y'all want to do, right? Oh, okay, cool. Hey, how's that pacemaker in your heart, motherfucker?
Talk about black on black crimes.
Why are you here?
Because I'm a bad kid. I do bad things. Whoa. Yo, little Milton. Yo, where you get this? I stole my grandmother's car.
You said you do bad things. What kind of bad things do you do?
I don't listen to my grandmother, and I hurt people, and I smoke with cigarettes. You smoke with cigarettes?
You smoke with cigarettes? You muted, like.
My bad. All right, yeah, literally,
I got
Karmelo Anthony is Lamilton. All right, so yeah, what we did
Listen, Carmelo, Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
I was about to say, Carmelo Anthony, that whole trial is like a bunch of fucking bullshit, if you ask my honest opinion about it.
Why is that?
Well, did you guys see the rap sheets on both of those kids?
Yeah, what about him?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Carmelo Anthony had a thing going whenever he walked onto that track field with a knife in his pocket.
Okay.
To speculate.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
he got, in my opinion, he got justifully served.
I think he got off light.
Well, that's true. I agree with that. I'll agree with that one as well.
Yeah. So now the rap sheet for Austin, we wouldn't have known Austin's rap sheet had Carmelo not killed him.
That's true. That's very true. And had Carmelo not killed him, none of us would be having this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now let's further the conversation when it comes to the good kid label. Should we stop labeling people good people based off what we see or what we hear about them until we get more context? Now I'm using Trey's words.
I think your actions should speak louder than your words. So yes. So if you're going to be labeled as a good person or as a good people, you should be, your actions should speak to that. So like a lot of people call me a nice guy because I'm always usually a nice person to everybody and respect everybody. I can also be an asshole real fucking quick if I have to be. But I do agree with you. I think the actions of oneself should prove whether or not they're a good person or a kind-hearted person, or if they're an evil person or a bad person.
That's a fact. I believe that. Super Predator, you came up, and then first Super Predator, you go ahead to 3-man. 3-man came up first. What's up, 3-man?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, Playboy?
Nothing much. Sitting back here. Ain't nobody supporting the damn show. Make sure y'all supporting the show. Continue. Go ahead.
Man, hold on, man. If these niggas ain't gonna support you, I'm support. Man, go to Super Predator. I'm support you, man. Hold on.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Y'all some bitch ass niggas, bro.
Super Predator, go ahead, man. What you got?
Yo, what's that? So I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm thinking hard, if I'm really thinking hard, I don't think I'm talking for the black community. Like I'm talking about the black community, right? I don't think it matters what you do. You're gonna get that good kid label on you. Like Kendrick Lamar has a good kid, Mad City label, and he's talking about all types of shit them up, bang bang shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So like, you could actually be on a certain type of time. You know what I'm saying? You could be on a certain type of time, and they still gonna give you the good kid label.
So okay,
like
so
you could be straight thugged out.
Mm-hmm.
You could be the thuggish, ruggish, you know what I'm saying, and you'll still get the good kid label. Matter of fact, people were still trying to defend old boy that got out 17 times and poked up old girl from Ukraine, the Ukraine refugee. I forget what her name is. I can't think of her name.
Ivanka.
And people were still trying to defend them. Oh, the mental health, and all of this, and you don't know what his life is like. And so it seems like it really seems like it doesn't matter what you do. If the context is a black person doing something to a white person, they're going to try to spin the narrative of and give him the utmost grace and he's a good kid, he's actually a good person. Yeah.
Hold on one second. Let me give thanks to the support. So first, and both of y'all ain't shit. First to 3-man, he sent a cash app. He said for slave bitches, appreciate you. And then Bad Duck, he sent the cash app. He said for gay support. Listen, fuck both of y'all, all right? All right. With that being said, we are only $80 away from an $80 supported show. So if y'all can support the show, that'd be greatly appreciated. All right, Ashton, go ahead, man.
So I got a question. Why does it always have to be about race?
That's all they care about.
Okay. What does it matter?
Race
Good and
shouldn't
evil.
matter.
Good and evil doesn't. Okay. So why is it that when every time you hear of a crime being done, you immediately go black man X, white girl X? Why can't it just be man did this to woman?
Because there's stereotypes and there's nuances and everything, right? So I'll give you a prime example. Person got ate up by a shark while surfboarding. First thing in your mind.
White dude.
Yeah. Mine is, why is that black guy on a surfboard? He can't swim.
That's fair. That's fair.
First of all, niggas don't surf.
Fuck you, Bad Dog. I'm an excellent swimmer, Bad Dog.
All right. So
But
then,
no, that's my
go ahead.
that's my point though. That's my point though. It's immediately drowned. Like when everybody draws a conclusion to a race, and everybody's drawing those conclusions that okay, black man did X, white man did X. We're losing the ground on saying good versus evil, and you're adding a third genre of it happens to be because of your skin color. A white dude could have got out 17 times and shanked Ivanka just because he was crazy. He could have. But at the same time, this is where a lot of people are looking at it through the lens of race and not through the lens of good versus evil. That's what I don't understand anymore. In a time of 2026 where we have multiple and platitudes of races out there in the world, our skin color doesn't matter anymore. It really don't. If you look it down and you break it down to a molecular level, skin color don't mean shit. It might mean shit to the guy in the hood or the dude with the fist in the air, but to 90% of the people in America, they don't care. They just don't.
Here's the thing.
You're right.
So, the point of the comment that was on the screen. This is a country that is built in the principles of racism, right? But now we have all this.
Hold on, let her finish.
You know,
I'm sorry.
I'm
so sorry.
That's okay. That wonderful thing called slavery and apartheid and the annihilation of the whole Native American community, essentially. That steeps it in the principles of racism. However, since everybody's now commingling and we have all these interracial relationships and all these children that are like every blend of whatever genetic roller coaster they want everybody to have, since we all have the same DNA, which is also very stupid because there would be no way for us to have children together. They're mad because that's falling down. But also the ability to separate people by classification is also going away.
So
But can we say Native Americans were racist because Native Americans did own slaves also?
Right, but I'm not talking. I'm not even either validating or invalidating that point. What I'm saying is the erasure of them as a whole. That was part of the foundation of America, because the colonizers had to get rid of the Native Americans before they created the country.
May I ask a question?
But before the colonizer ever showed up, before the colonizers ever showed up to America, Native Americans were slaughtering other Native Americans.
Right.
Yes. Literally
True.
the history
That's
of the human race.
that whole argument
doing
too.
that shit, dude.
So my question is though, what actually killed the Native Americans other than white people? Because it wasn't just white people. Okay.
Spanish flu.
If it was
Spanish
disease,
flu, smallpox.
Yeah. So if diseases that their bodies weren't used to for their metabolism or their antibodies in their own bodies to metabolize, was it because the white man killed? Did the white man do that to them, or was it just because the white man came over and that's what killed them because they couldn't battle against that disease?
I think it was both. I mean, but the stuff that happened to the Native Americans is not new to history. Conquerors come along and they wipe people out. It's just for some reason in American history it makes America uniquely bad.
But
despite
see,
having the rest of the world done this thing forever.
Here's the whole point to that argument, though, of racism is that everybody sits there and says, "Well, they killed people. They killed people. They killed people." They didn't see the Native Americans and the blacks at that time as people in the same way.
Yeah.
So was it really racism? They were, but was it really racism in their mind, or was it just they are not of equal value because they are not the same?
Why would they not be viewed as humans and they're the same human beings with the same human function? Was
Man, I can't say that why
because
people are stupid back then or now, but I'm throwing a wrench in the argument.
Stupid? Who said
Is
stupid?
it?
What I'm saying is that we can't possibly say, well, they didn't view them as humans, because the only reason they would have to do that is because of the difference in the color of their skin. Because they were coming to their land. How do you come to somebody's land and then don't view them as a human?
Well, I could give you an example. One would be you're out here, you settled on a homestead, and then all of a sudden this horde of what you would best describe as savages come through your place, kill everybody, rape the women, and then fucking rip their scalps off. What would you call that?
A beast.
So if you're coming into someone's land, how are you calling them a savage? You're a savage coming into their land. This is the
But that
rules of their
implies
land.
that they knew that it was their land and it wasn't just some empty space where they decided to build a house. Like, I'm not saying that anybody's right or wrong here. I'm trying to enlighten that American history, like world history, is an ugly mess. There are any string you pull, you're going to find somebody guilty of something. And so my point is, what we should do instead is find out what we have in common instead of what we have against each other.
But
or couldn't it just be?
Go ahead, Three Man.
The question that was asked, though, was about the history of America. So I think that's a lot where the conversation gets lost, where we're on these panels. If somebody makes a comment in the chat, or if somebody makes a point on the panel and the responses to that point, to go off in a tangent about XYZ, 100 million other fuck shits that doesn't have anything to do with it, is disingenuous to the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Or couldn't it just be is, you know what? I'm here on your land and I want your land now. I feel like I could do more with the land than you could do it with yourself. So either you get down or you gonna lay down. And the Native Americans chose to lay down. It's simple as fucking that.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that a man has killed
Well,
another
no,
man to take
they
something.
fought. They fought. They just were outmatched technologically.
So
technologically and all other stories.
Here's another way you can look at it too: is who was the originators of slavery? Because it wasn't the white man.
Nope.
All right, my bad. I didn't hear you. What happened?
No, you're good. I said, who was the originators of slavery? Who started the slave trades?
Who started the slave trades?
Mm-hmm. The original slave trades.
The Arabs.
Not in America.
That was,
it was definitely Middle East.
The Arabs.
I thought it was the Portuguese.
Yeah, the Portuguese, the Arabs, the
no, it was the Arabs. The Arabs.
Yeah. If you
it was the Arabs first. Then they lost. If I remember correctly, they lost Last Crusade, and that was a negotiation that slavery was given over to the Europeans, and I guess the Dutch took control over that. But white people did perfect slavery. What do they call it? Antebellum slavery. Antebellum slavery.
We didn't perfect it. The Africans perfected slavery.
No, it's literally called antebellum slavery for a reason. The reason why it was because it was in the South in America, where the fact that you had people who didn't know their history, it was illegal for them to read and write. Hell, in fucking Maryland, there was many plantations where there were slave farms because they outlawed. Yeah.
But the origins of slavery was in Egypt, and Egyptians are really considered white people in Africa. They're not considered black people. So I think it's not a true statement to say people with the absence of melanin in their skin didn't actually start slavery.
So if the people on the Ivory Coast of Africa were participating in slave trading, were they trading white slaves or were they trading black slaves?
They're trading their own.
They were trading their own slaves and white slaves and black slaves and Chinese slaves and Greek slaves and Roman slaves, because in the ancient world, slavery was about capturing people during war and to pay off debts. So it wasn't slavery in the terms of what slavery is in America. But the point still remains.
It's indentured servitude.
No. So this is First, I want her to finish because then you'll get to understand why it's two different things. Okay.
So anyway, as I was saying, the point of the comment was about stereotypes today in a country that's built in a racial overtone. And the point where we can't ever move past the conversation of what's going on today is everybody wants to dwell in yesterday. This is a country that has racial undertones. It's been the whole entire foundation of it was racism and slavery and a whole bunch of other stuff. Did everything else happen in the world before that point in time? Absolutely. Everything you're saying about everything else outside of that, you got it. It's right. That has nothing to do with what we're actually talking about. And what we're talking about is how this country right now is having a problem that its origins in racial segregation, separation, classism, and everything else is being diminutized daily because people of all economic status, every racial origin and nationality are blending together. So it's changing of the old guard because we no longer go into territories to conquer and take over. I don't really understand why it has to go into this whole history lesson of everybody trying to explain everything to anyone instead of just having the real conversation. Are people that afraid to just have a real conversation? Ridiculous.
So the thing about indentured servitude and slavery, the reason that there's difference because excuse me, there was no generational ownership. So in indentured servitude, you would be put into a place or a facility for some time until you paid off that debt, but you wasn't getting treated, nor the standards nor the expectations was the same as those who was there for generations. That would be the chattel slavery. So what they had going on in other countries is that either you was a slave because you was captured during the time of war, which is also known as prisoner of war, or your country was overtaken, so you got overthrown, or you did a crime and now it's pretty much like jail, like indentured servitude, right? Chattel slavery is Ashton, your son, and your son belong to Bad Duck, and there's no getting out of that.
Okay,
that's the difference. And also that the expectation.
Wait, what the hell?
Well,
I'm not the whitest guy on the panel today. Why
you are the whitest guy. You Italian motherfucker.
No, he's way whiter than me.
I'm way whiter than
Fives is pale as shit. But anywho, so let's say Fives commits a crime.
Technically, Bad Duck is Sicilian.
What's the difference? I mean, Super Predator, he white as shit. But anywho, so that's the big difference. Now go ahead.
Fuck you.
So here's my question for that.
So
when you're
Bad Duck is the whitest one. He just got the light switch dim. He got the dimmer on. He is the whitest.
What the hell? Dude, I'll show you my white ass and you'll see how white.
What the hell you won't? I'll kick your ass off this panel. What the fuck you mean? All right, y'all, come on. Get back to the conversation.
So here's my question, and this is a question that I've always had and I've never ever been able to get an answer to. What does the history of the past have anything to do with the modern era? Slavery bad. Completely agree. Slavery bad.
Okay.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with our lives in 2026?
So
wait. Let me preface that real quick too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
If you ask a white man versus a black man, you're gonna get two different answers.
I know this.
That was actually a really good answer. But okay, so who do you want to answer first?
I would prefer you.
All right, cool. Yeah. So what does slavery of then have to do with now? In more ways than one for me, nothing. But at the same time, when it comes down to the history of slavery, I think that we should tell it all instead of telling pieces of it. If we're not going to tell all of it, then what are we talking about? But also, for some people of my melanation, they were made a promise, and this promise, which is definitely very well kept up to a point, they were promised a specific thing a specific percentage, which they have not been paid out to. So in modern day times, it's things that was promised to us, or at least the people of my melanation, that they did not get. So and now from that, now here's the thing: from that point where we were promised to where it is that y'all are now, it's like this, and it's supposed to be like this. But for centuries, it has been like this, right? So this is where the people who were made that promise, and this is where the people, this is where the people who made that promise, God damn it, this is where the people who made that promise, and this is where the people who accepted that promise. This is where those people are supposed to be. And then also the people that's down here. Hey, what's going on, April? What's going on, everybody in chat? Hey, I appreciate all of y'all being here. I know we just having barbershop conversation right now, but for the people who is down here, the people who are the descendants of slaves, you have people coming into our country who is getting boosted up to the position where the people who made the promise to the people who accepted the promise. But that's the biggest problem.
So my main question, though, and this is, and I appreciate your answer. That was a great answer.
Oh wait, hold on.
My main question.
There's other people that want to answer.
Oh yeah, go ahead. My bad.
I just wanted to say, yeah, fuck the promise, because the promise wouldn't be sufficient to what is actually owed. But here's the thing. Here's the problem. So labor was done without compensation for an extended period of time. And so those individuals that did that labor were not able to take advantage of various investment opportunities in the nation to put them in other places. Now, here's the problem with that, right? The problem with that is that we know that 80% of all millionaires today didn't inherit their wealth. They made it in their own lifetime. And so the argument of what someone's owed is one thing, but my question is, what are you doing for yourself today in order to get the results that you're looking for?
Okay, gotcha. All right, go ahead, Bad Duck.
Omni, my question is the Mexicans aren't complaining about not getting proper compensation. Why are you?
Neither are the Chinese.
What about the Irish, who were the first?
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point.
Because the slavery, the antebellum slavery that black people were put under, they weren't the only ones.
Hold up, time out. Fives, your microphone is extremely low, bro.
Give me 1 second, I can fix it.
And I do agree with you on that one, but name me what other culture, society were forced into labor. Not only they were forced into labor, but they were forced to have children by other slaves so they could produce
Irish.
more slaves. The Irish. So you saying the Irish experienced the same thing as antebellum slavery?
No.
So
Not
was the penalty of death if they learn how to read or write? Was that the Irish? Did they experience that?
Probably some of them.
No,
I'm
not talking about some of them. I'm talking about all of them.
In the Slavic regions, they were, yes.
Okay, so in the Slavic regions, was there generational backing of people being mass produced and being massively held back that is not American?
No, not America. Because America wasn't around.
Okay.
America wasn't around back then.
And I got you, but your question is, hold on, wait. Your question is based on what about today? So in today, we're dealing with American society and within this country. No other race of people within this country has suffered behind that form of slavery other than black people. So I just want to make that clear. All right, go ahead.
That's fair. Okay. I was going to say the Chinese, but the Chinese weren't really slaves. They were more like workers and captured workers. So that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So the biggest, and again, I'm not a foundation of Black America. It's just that I know quite a few people who has a very good way of breaking it down to me, and that's easily understandable. But that's the argument. And now I'm not saying that it's not a good argument, because it is a good argument if you really think about it, right? But then you have to get to the question of, well, how do you pay that out? Well, it's impossible to pay that out.
Yeah.
Of course, we got to deal with inflation, percentages, ups and downs of taxes and all this, that, and the other. You can't put
Genealogy.
a number. Well, absolutely. You can't user says I'm an actual FBA. Well, the panel is open if you want to join the conversation.
It would be an astronomical amount of money that the government can't even
Or what about if we what about if we there should be a certain cutoff time, like before there were black immigrants really coming into the country. Like you're talking about what, the early 1960s, before the Immigration Act. So you could literally say all people who were born, all African Americans or quote unquote black folks who was born prior towards this time shall receive reparations of equivalent to a 40 acres and a mule. And what the average cost per acre would be, like what, $4,000 times 40 plus $40 for a fucking meal. That is not that much. That's less money. That's less money we have literally given to Ukraine and all these wars we have done overseas. So it wouldn't be that much.
But 3 Man, hold on, 3 Man. It's not just that. You have to remember. You have to account for it. You have to account for 1, inflation, and then 2, the number of people, and then 3, getting them back equal with those who are there now, right? So think about all of the. Man, I hate making this argument because I'm not foundational Black American. I'm just doing my best to try to make the argument. But think about all the people who benefited from what it is that chattel slavery produced: sugar and all this, that, and the other, right? Tobacco, wheat, all that, and the other. So think about where they are now and what they left behind for their children. So however many millionaires and or billionaires you want to include. I see you, Bad Duck. Just give me a second. So when you factor that in, you have to now bring these people who were made this promise either up to their level to make them equal, or you would have to give them more. Do you kind of understand what I'm saying?
But when he promised 40 acres and a mule, did he say equal to get you back to equal where you lost that from white folks?
I understand
because he said 40 acres and a mule. He didn't say, you know what, I'm gonna make sure y'all are well compensated to make your equals to white folks. No, it's 40 acres and a mule. Just get the 40 acres and a mule. Fuck the inflation. Get the people who actually experience racism.
No, you can't just give them the 40 acres and a mule, because what is the 40 acres of the mule concede of? If you look at geographically where that 40 acres was, you're talking about 40 acres per person. You know how many people that was?
Not only that,
about 2.5 million?
No, you're talking about 2.5 million people. Now, think of the land that they was promised, which was on the east coast of the country, right? I think it's like Rhode Island, or it's like Florida or some shit like that. You're not going to fit that many people, 50 million people, into that little small patch of area.
See, you're saying 50 million people. I'm talking about older black folks. Like I'm talking about people who are like in their 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s now.
Right, and
those people are still alive.
No, they're not.
The descendants. Those people are still alive. The ones who experience
people who fought in the Civil War.
No, I'm not talking about people in the Civil War. I literally gave you a number, said before the 1964-1965 Immigration Act.
Yeah, but that's not
those people who was born prior towards that.
The promise was made after the Civil War, though.
The promise was made
after the Civil War. I know the promise was made after Civil War. What I'm saying is so we can move along from this reparation conversation, give it to the older people who actually experienced racism. Like example, my grandmother, my grandmother who experienced racism as a child, who got spit in the face by a white woman. When my great grandmother was like, "What the hell?" She went to jail for at least 3 weeks. I'm talking about people like that. So we can move past this situation, because clearly, if we don't figure out something now, we're just going to be stuck here.
I got you. But
for the rest of the end of the United States.
We can't. Here's the thing: we can't move past it as long as everybody that.
Hold on, just wait. We need to understand what timeline we're talking about. And with respect to what 3 Man was saying, he's wrong, and I can tell you why. because the promise was not made for racism. The promise was made for participation within a war, which was the Civil War. So racism had nothing to do with that. So giving the money to the people that suffered behind racism in 65, that doesn't do anything.
And you're absolutely right. So what should happen is the Republican Party should come out and say, hey, all about that reparation, it was bullshit from the Abraham administration, just so we could get y'all to help revolt against the people in the Confederate Army in the South.
It wasn't Republicans. It was Democrats.
It was Democrats.
What?
It was Democrats that made the promise.
What you so you said you hold on. Time out. You saying it wasn't Abraham Lincoln?
No, he didn't.
It wasn't a part of the Emancipation Proclamation. No, it was not. That was not.
Wait, three man.
Wasn't a part of emancipation.
Three man. Who made?
Okay, now I'm fucking wrong.
Who made field order number 15?
So it was the Democrat. See, you see, hold on. So you can fucking laugh on me all you want to, bitch. I didn't fucking know until now.
Hey, you called me gay,
sucker, motherfucker.
You called me gay.
You cocksucker. Fuck you.
What you wait? Hold on. What you wait?
Like I said.
What you mad at me for?
Hold on. So hold the fuck on, goddamn it. Hold on, nigga. So what you're saying to me is, you fucking cocksucker motherfuckers. You saying to me is, it wasn't the Republican Party that made that promise. It was the Democrats that made that promise.
Yes!
Man, you motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. I hate you fucking Democrats. I hate you Democrats.
No. Three man, this is what I'm saying. You know how like they got red pill rage? You know how like red pill got red pill rage? Black people got to go through Democrat rage. Like, that's what black people got to go through.
You telling me that whole entire time, all my life, I thought it was the Republican Party. Man, let me drink some goddamn water. That's some bullshit.
Wait.
If we're looking, hold on, I got you. Let me just get in real quick.
I hate every last one of you motherfuckers.
Historically, three man, where Charlie Brown and the Democrat Party has been historically losing. Every time we're about to kick that field goal. Every time we think we're about to get something, every time we about to kick that field goal,
they move the ball.
They're losing. We're Charlie Brown.
I swear to God.
Hey, wait, hold on. Wait, baby. Did you just witness that? Three man just cussed me the fuck out because he was wrong. Did you see that?
I did.
No,
But
I
you know
wasn't
what?
cussing you out. I wasn't cussing you out. What I'm saying is you motherfuckers telling me I'm this whole time, all my life, I thought it was the Republican and Abraham Lincoln made that motherfucking promise. I didn't know it was the goddamn Democrats. This is why
hold on. Wait. I asked Raw a question, then three man just started talking and shit, but I was laughing at the fact that this nigga is just wrong. But anyway, baby, go ahead. This nigga just cussed me out and he was wrong.
It was Andrew, what's his face? Andrew Jackson that overturned Field Order 15.
Who was the president that said, I think it was FDR or something like that. It said something pretty racist, like if you do this, we'll have black people voting for us for the next 100 years.
LBJ.
Yeah, the Democrats, bro.
You start asking the question right in the middle of her talking. Why y'all do that all the time? Every time one person starts talking, y'all always start jumping in on each other.
I apologize.
All you motherfuckers.
I guess I come in late. My bad.
Damn, you good. It's just you probably got a delay. But anyway, baby, you were saying.
Oh, I was saying that Andrew Jackson said hell no. Andrew Jackson wrote General Sherman a letter. And he said, can you add that to the stage, honey?
Yeah, I got you. Give me a second.
This is from the Executive Mansion, February 1st, 1866. He said, I'm gonna request for you to furnish to me with a brief and correct statement of the provisions and the purposes of said order and the time of the issue and the circumstances which may have been rendered if necessary. Because he said, hell no. That's from the desk of Andrew Johnson. He said, you and these free men in South Carolina, what the hell was you thinking? We ain't giving them shit.
Yeah. That nigga said, I don't give a fuck what you promised them niggas. We ain't promised them shit.
Sal, I ain't curse you out, Sal.
Yes, you
While
did.
I
You
was
cussed me out and you hurt my feelings.
cursing.
Nah, you called me a cocksucker. Hell no. You called me a cocksucker. You told me shut the fuck up. All of that shit. All because you was wrong. You see this shit? Y'all see this shit? All because of, I get verbally violated because he's wrong.
Hey, Sal, hey, man.
I'm done.
Hey, Sal, we black, man. We black,
nigga. It was the Democrat raise. We've all
Hey, Sal, hey, we black, man. That shit happened last year, man. Why you bringing up old shit, bro? Oh, this nigga really dropped down, nigga. I was just joking, nigga. God damn it, Sal. Shit, man.
What's wrong?
Yo, I swear to God, this is the reason why if y'all don't hate Democrats enough, there's a problem. Like, I hate, bruh. I learned this shit at Annie Fisher Elementary School, saying that it was the goddamn Republicans promised 40 acres and a mule. Abraham Lincoln. I told you I went to dumb school. I went to
politicians.
But 3 man, that's the thing. Most of us have been told things in our youth, and we just trusted the people telling us so much that we just didn't question it. We didn't bother to look any further. Oh, you saying this?
I apologize, 3 man. I didn't know that you didn't know that. I apologize for hurting your feelings. I'm sorry.
Nigga, you hurt my motherfucking feelings, nigga. I would rather know to continue barking out dumb shit that I thought was true. I'm like, whoa, I thought it was a fucking Republican Party, nigga. Then I'm finding out. Yeah.
I'm confused now, too.
What do you mean you're confused? How are you confused?
I'm confused thinking about the whole black reparation thing now.
What do you mean?
So is the whole black reparation thing over 40 acres and a mule that was promised to slaves that fought in the American War or Civil War, excuse me? The free men, or was it or to the slaves, period?
No, it was Field Order 15 that raised freedmen hopes of having 40 acres and a mule, because what it really was, this to take it deeper, this is for the nerd in me, the historical nerd in me. Oh my God, here we go. So it was supposed to be a stretch of land that was supposed to be just quarantined off specifically for people of color, where they were going to be able to govern themselves and, create their own money, like a country within the country. And Andrew Jackson said, bitch, we ain't doing no countries within no countries. You got to tell these people no. So this is what they are dragging the reparation conversation on about.
Well, but who was it promised to?
It was to the soldiers on the field, the black soldiers on the field.
Yeah.
Okay. So that settles the reparation conversation right there. I'm sorry, Fives, give me 1 second to wrap this up. That makes the conversation about reparations, that reparations, in fact, are only due to the families of the soldiers on the field.
Yeah.
So it just seems to me that there's so much bullshit surrounding this entire subject, and it's fomented by politicians. Because when they talk about this stuff, they seem like one side's trying to deny the other side something. Like it's always a Democrat talking about how we need reparations. But I noticed that when Democrats have power, they don't fucking do it. So
right, because the primary people that would be paying them is them.
So it's all bullshit. Like I went through a thing a while ago. I was in the military for 10 years. I realized that I just don't like politicians, period. I don't care what party they're with. I don't trust these motherfuckers.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. That's where I'm at with it. Exactly.
Well, Sal, I do apologize. from my outburst, but you got to understand how much of a dumb motherfucker I feel now because of the fact that I have been spewing the same bullshit for past 20 fucking years that the Republicans did promise us 40 acres and a mule. You know, they promised us reparations. And so, yeah, I'm a bitch ass nigga.
And this is a perfect example to our audience of why you come to Cellulite Podcast for the truth and facts.
But this is the thing, right? If anybody ever owed, if you ever owed anybody money, if you ever owed anybody ever owed you money, no. If anybody ever owed you money, you will run into this weird scenario where they say, "Oh no, I don't owe you money; they owe you money." That's what the Democrat Party does. Like, no, it ain't. It ain't. Don't come at me for it. It's the Republicans that want it. They the ones that owe you money.
Well, five is right in this conjunction. It is the Democratic Party the one that's pushing it, but the problem is, and it's just the politicians. Sorry, it's the Democratic politicians that's pushing it. But it's just like what Omni said. They pushed them because they don't want to admit that they're the ones that want to put that they're the one that's supposed to pay. That's why when it was time for Obama to talk about it, they ignored it, and when it was time for Biden to talk about it, he completely struck it down. But when it was time for Trump to talk about it, Trump said, yeah, we need to explore this conversation. But then, you know what the Democrats did? They switched the whole entire focus to Mexicans. And they forgot about the damn, you know what I'm saying? So then they
and giving them free land.
And giving them free land. So, but also, and I don't know if a lot of y'all remember this. Do y'all remember Gaddafi? Mahmoud Gaddafi?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Syria was supposed to be a replacement for what happened with the coastal land in Georgia and South Carolina. Syria was supposed to be a replacement for that. But you know what happened with Syria? Democrats fucked it up. Syria was supposed to be a holy land for black people. It was supposed to be the Mecca land for black people. That's where a lot of black people was going during that time. Because Gaddafi said, fuck that. Fuck all you countries. I'm about to make my own shit. And look what Hillary Clinton did to Gaddafi. They blew him the fuck up. So while people talk about
it, she
and
celebrated and joked about it.
Right. Yeah. Like if you go look back and pay attention to those conversations, Syria was supposed to be the escape plan for all black people in America. But then they blew it the fuck up because they said that Gaddafi was a terrorist.
Well, because the reason I think why they would do that is because it deletes their entire voting body.
With the X?
Yes.
Because politicians love to freaking put into policies where they'll give you stuff.
Yes, I was answering to you.
Wow. So Syria was supposed to be our country?
Syria was supposed to be our country, but the Democrats fucked it up.
Why would the Democrats want to freaking have the because if you look at the statistics of who votes for who, like you're taking away a big chunk of the Democratic vote if all the black people in America went to Syria and started their own thing.
Absolutely. But this is the biggest problem.
That's why they shift the focus to the immigrants because they needed another voting bloc. Because they knew that we were shifting away. And so they needed somebody else who's like, okay, these niggas ain't moving how we want them to move, like the slaves that we think they are. So now we need to find some new slaves.
Exactly.
Oh, we got these immigrants coming in. Give them all the programs. Give them all the shit. Give them all the social programs. Give them the housing, the free food. Give all the immigrants all the stuff and tell them if you want this shit to continue, vote blue, no matter who.
Okay,
hey, so I send you another $10 cash app for my outburst. For
I appreciate it.
You still a bitch ass. You still a bitch ass nigga. I don't care what they say, nigga. You still a bitch ass nigga.
Hey, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Libya. I'm sorry, Libya. My bad. Yeah. Libya. My bad.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I feel like it doesn't make any sense to worry about the black vote because the black vote is like a minority within this country, as well as the fact that the black vote is pretty much like a bonus point. The only way for them to be this afraid of losing the black vote is if black people got something naturally that they need for black people that is influence. Like black people can influence, and they are usually the group of people that is usually okay with following something that is to their detriment. So I just don't understand why
Hey,
when you got other
Coolie Cat,
ethnic
Coolie Cat,
wait,
Coolie Cat. Hold on,
let me
Coolie
just
Cat,
finish.
Coolie Cat. I'm sorry.
Let me just
I'm
finish,
sorry.
please. Let me just
Scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
That brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
Shout out to AW on the Cash App, says give Cooley 20 minutes. Cooley, they bought you down. I'm sorry, Cooley. I did tell the people that the Bonnies was on, but somebody paid you down for 20 minutes. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Well, the black vote is important, though.
Yeah.
Never mind. Go ahead, Bad Dot.
Can I just offer a solution to this whole stupid thing?
Sure.
So there was what? Up to 200,000 free men that served in the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Provide one payout for that person to the family of whoever's alive. The family can figure out how to split it up. But, you know, and even if you want to do it at today's prices, you're talking, you know, $12,000 an acre. So you're talking about $480,000 roughly for the land, and a mule is another, you know, we'll give them a good mule. It's 5,000. So you're talking roughly 485,000 per payout of the 200,000. So you're in the 96 billion dollar range, and that's about it. Just pay the damn thing off and tell everybody to shut up. Move
Okay,
on.
so what are you talking about? That number is supposed to be for everybody, or that number is supposed to be for one person?
That'd be for everybody.
How much would that be?
So per person that was in the war would be roughly 485,000, 500,000. Let's just round it up to 500,000, make it easy.
But here's the thing. Sherman never had the power to title that land to anybody. And on top of it, it was meant to be a possessory title as long as the war and the military power lasted. So are there even reparations due on the basis of Order 15? It's absolutely no.
That would be
I agree with you, but I'm just saying they need to either go into court and decide that, and if they decide that there is, then it's a one-time payout per family that had a member of an ancestor of their family that participated. And like I said, it was somewhere between 75,000 and 200,000 or something is the rough estimate of how many free men participated.
But this is the thing. This is why the conversation never moves. There are historical documents of certain things. It is very well preserved what was said and what was a matter of public record. Like the Secretary of War came down and was like, all right, that's a nice plan. You know what I'm saying? Put it in front of people, but he put the cart before the horse. He made a promise that wasn't even fully vetted or verified. So for people to go ahead.
And for all we know, Sherman was a racist motherfucker that would just tell anybody anything to get more people on the fodder line.
Yeah.
Bingo.
That's true as well.
Bingo.
So, I mean, yeah.
Just like they would tell us anything today to get our vote.
Yeah.
You don't fucking accept anything that anybody tells you unless it's in fucking writing. Because there's no legal basis for it.
Back then it was a gentleman's handshake, though.
You're dealing with a group of individuals. It's deeper than that. You're dealing with a group of individuals that it was outlawed for them to read.
Yeah.
Contract could have said anything.
Yeah, so basically what all this stuff says is they got handed a line of bullshit by somebody who knew better.
Exactly. And they have yet to accept it hundreds of years later.
If y'all don't mind if I backtrack to something Cooley said, she was saying
I
that
gotta get ready to go take care of some business. So
no, you don't.
Yeah, I actually do. I gotta log in. I gotta take care of some business. So I will let y'all end it unless y'all just wanna have it. But it's just gonna be y'all up here. Y'all gotta support the show. Other than that, I'm typically leaning towards and here I come. I'm logging in now. All right, y'all. I gotta go.
Yep, gotta go. Log it up.
Yeah, y'all.
Everybody have a great night.
Hey,
All right. Thank you for coming. What you was about to do?
I was about to help y'all get this money, man. We about to be like, hey, we need $100 in Cash App and $100 super chat.
If you gonna shield, then cool. Y'all can got it, but I gotta step away though.
$100 keep this bitch going. Keep this bitch going. Who gonna support?
Who got some snaps on the petrol?
Yeah, who got five on the bottle? Come on.
Do I hear 10?
Yeah, y'all a bunch of brokies. Y'all can't put no color in the chat, huh? Okay, I see how it.
You know what? Y'all are funny as ever. But no, seriously though, this has been a great conversation. Thank you all for joining us today, and we will catch y'all in the next one. Y'all be good. Bye.
Love y'all. Bye.
Butterfly in the sky, I must be really high. There's a dragon there, I'm a little scared. A reading rainbow.